Okay, does it show that we're live?
I think it does.
All right, sometimes there's a delay. Okay, it says 9
Now we are.
waiting. Does everybody sound okay? Is anyone too loud or too quiet? If anybody's watching?
At least on my end, I think we all, I mean, of course I can't hear myself, but the rest of you sound fine.
That was me. I forgot to mute my YouTube. That was the echo. Hello, Dixie Hayride Tent Show podcast. And Awakened Angel, I don't know if she's still here. She left a message a while ago.
Well, it says there are 10 people in here, so.
Yeah, I think they just aren't talking yet. I don't want to get into too much until a lot of people are here. We're gonna have another guest on. Last week we had Owen on. Oh, she's here now. Howdy, Angelica. Owen's gonna be a little bit late because he had to run an errand. We have Matt Gilmore's on tonight, and we've got Rick Ardito on tonight. Rick was a survivor. I'll let him kind of introduce himself and tell how much he wants to tell about himself. I'm not sure how incognito he wants to be. Crisis Cast. I don't want anyone to block you. So just kind of, be sensitive to the survivors. I know you've got a lot of questions. So just, try to be a little bit sensitive. But, okay, I'm going to mute myself. And Rick, you can introduce yourself to everyone. They already all know me and Matt. So let me mute myself and go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, no problem. I'm Rick Ardito. I'm easy to find. There's no reason to be incognito at this point. I'm all over the place. So anyway, let's see here. Oh, I forgot there's a delay. I thought for a second you guys couldn't hear me because I was looking at the YouTube side, but I'm talking. Good. So yeah, I was at Route 91. I was at the concert. I was actually on the other side. I listened to part of Owen's talk the other night, and he said he was on the left side of the stage. We were actually on the right side where more of the chaos happened when everything went down. Sorry about my phone. I'm going to go ahead and mute it so that it doesn't distract me here. Anyway, so I was there with my wife and 3 of her girlfriends. And if you look up my name, you'll probably run across some articles about a girl named Kimberly Suckamel. And Kimberly was in the group with us, and she actually she talked to some of the local news right afterwards. I thought I just muted my phone. And she also ended up posting a lot on Facebook before she died. She was the 28-year-old girl who there was a lot of controversy around her death, but she actually had a seizure and died a week after Route 91. But there was a lot of controversy around that because she was 28 years old, and people thought that maybe she was killed for what she was saying and all of that stuff. So it was that you can kind of verify who I am through that story. There's a lot of information out there. But anyway, so we were there that night. We were on the right side of the stage, not too far from the stage, but not right up against it. And when everything started, and so I don't know how much you want me to go into just telling my narrative, or if people want to ask questions. But basically, there was. I guess I'll focus on some of the weird things that happened that night that we observed, and our entire group observed. We had a group chat going on after the fact, and we talked about all of these things that I'm going to go over tonight. The first really weird thing is that initially when there's some videos out there where it sounds like there are some single shots that go off before the first big string of what sounds like automatic gunfire. And I think this was probably at the same time as those single shots, so it's kind of hard to decipher what's what. But about 15 seconds before the first long string of gunfire started, there was a string of fireworks that was dropped in the crowd, probably about 15 feet in front of us. And it was so distinguishable from those fireworks versus the gunshots, because my eyes instantly went to exactly where the sound was when these fireworks went off, and I could see them flashing on the ground, and I could see the crowd kind of push away from them, like almost make a huddle around them so that they wouldn't be standing right on top of them. And it was like so clear that like instantly I knew exactly where that sound came from, because that's how close I was to it. And that's kind of how your ears work. If if you're close enough to a sound, you can instantly pinpoint it. And then I kind of thought to myself, that was a little bit weird, because we hadn't seen anything like that happen that whole weekend. We were there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night. And here we are Sunday night, and all of a sudden weird stuff starts going on, right? So I'm like, that's kind of weird. And I had a little bit of an uneasy feeling about it. And then 15 seconds later, that's when the first long volley of what sounds like automatic gunfire goes off. And so I instantly, to me, I knew what I was hearing. And I told the girls to get down and to get ready to run, basically. And so that's what we were doing at that time. But the difference between that sound and the fireworks is I could tell a general direction of where this gunfire was coming from when it started. But I could not pinpoint it. It wasn't so close to where I knew exactly where it was coming from. I just had a general direction. And to me at that time, it sounded like it was behind the stage, but to the right more. And so I told the girls that I was with, which was my wife and her 3 girlfriends, to get down, and we were going to get ready to run. And so we did. And as soon as that gunfire stopped, we got up and we started running, but we were in a crowd, right? And so we didn't get that far before the next string of shots started going off. So we got back down. And Rhonda, I agree that the fireworks were a signal. I actually think it was also purposefully done to confuse people so that they would think that the shots were fireworks when the actual shots started. But let me get back to where I was. So we get back down when the second volley starts going off. And we're basically laying with our feet towards the stage and our heads away from it on the ground, trying to take cover. And there's by this time, a lot of people are reacting. When I first said it was gunfire and we needed to run, almost universally, everyone around us was like, no, that's fireworks. Like, you guys, like, don't freak out. It's no big deal. By this time, a lot more people were moving. Okay, so we're taking cover, and the guy in front of us and his group is taking cover, and the guy directly in front of me gets hit in his upper left shoulder, like his just above his shoulder blade, it looked like. And so he flinches, and he actually kicked me directly in the top of my head when he got shot. And that's when I looked up and I realized what had happened. And I saw a couple other, what I believe to have been bullet strikes hitting the ground. And at that point in my head, I go, whoa, there's somebody above us. Somebody is shooting from above us. These bullets are hitting the ground. And so, I kind of registered that in my head. And as soon as we got up, I told the girls to run. And we got to the point where we were like just barely off of the AstroTurf area. So again, we're fighting crowd. We don't get very far in between volleys. And we're just barely off of the AstroTurf area when the next set of shots start going off. And we instinctively at first started getting down, but I remembered in my head, like, I saw shots hitting the ground. That guy in front of me got shot. It looked like it came from above, right? So I told the girls, don't get down, just keep running, stay low. And so we did, and we funneled with the crowd out towards the east side of the venue, out of a gate that I think was knocked down. I can't remember if it was open or knocked down, but it seemed to me like it was probably knocked down. And so we go out that way, And instantly when we exited the venue, there was a police cruiser, like a SUV, like a Ford Explorer or something like that. And it had the rear hatch open, but there was no police officer right there. And so we ducked kind of behind that police cruiser. And I was just trying to kind of assess our situation, like, where's the danger, so that we didn't run directly at it. I knew we needed to get out of the venue, but I also didn't want to run directly into other danger because we didn't know what was going on exactly at the time. We just knew somebody was shooting. And so as we're ducking behind that police cruiser, Mandalay Bay at that point is to like my 5 or 5:30 position. And all of a sudden, like at directly 3 o'clock, I hear this gunfire that sounds way closer and way faster. It's like, brat, 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 like 3 bursts back to back to back like that. And I'm like, crap, like, and so as soon as I heard that stop, I waited a couple seconds. I didn't hear anything from over there. And I told the girls to follow me. And we went across the little street that's like right there on the east side of the venue into a dirt parking lot where it seemed like it was probably mostly people's cars who were working the venue. And so I told the girls to stay low and we were going to move between the cars and keep going. Now, mind you, I'm sorry, I missed something. Is in the funnel to get out of the concert, we actually lost 2 of the girls that we were with. So at this point, it was my wife and her friend Mindy, and then it was and me, and it was the other 2 girls were together, Casey and Kimberly. And so we moved through those cars area, and we end up going towards Tropicana and then Hooters. And there's nothing weird that's going on at this point. We're trying to get a hold of Kimberly or Casey so we can meet back up, and we eventually do get a hold of them, and we get just kind of past Hooters. When we can meet back up with them, and there's a big billboard right there just past Hooters by like the Motel 6. And so we're trying to meet up right under that billboard when all of a sudden at Hooters, there's like a stampede of people trying to get away from Hooters. And of course, we don't know what's going on, but all of a sudden it seems like everybody's trying to run away from Hooters. So we're again in high speed mode trying to get out of there. And we did a lot of running and jogging, but there was times when it felt necessary to move as fast as we possibly could. And that was one of those times. And so we move east down Tropicana Avenue, and there's massive crowds everywhere. There's people crossing Tropicana Avenue in front of traffic, and nobody on the road. Questions in all caps would help. Thanks, Kathy. And nobody on the road knew what was going on. There's people asking like, what the heck is going on? And there's people trying to tell them there's a shooting, there's like a terrorist attack, like shooting at the concert, all of this stuff. So at this point, we're moving east down Tropicana, and we're moving towards the airport. Right there, McCarran Airport has like terminal. Yeah, that dirt parking lot seemed relatively full from my memory. It seemed like we didn't have any problem staying in between and low by cars. Like it seemed pretty full from my memory. But anyway, so we're moving down Tropicana Avenue. And this is another weird thing that all 5 of us saw. We all talked about this later. All of a sudden, coming down Tropicana Avenue is this dark sedan. No, I'm not reading this, but I've told this story many, many, many times. So, and I have skipped some details that aren't necessarily pertinent to the story. But anyway, this dark sedan is coming down Tropicana Avenue from the west to the east. And it's moving slowly, like 10 or 15 miles an hour, and it's hugging the curb. It's as close to the curb as they could be. And we're on the sidewalk, on top of that curb. And this girl, who was probably in her early to mid 20s, is hanging out of the window, the passenger side window. So somebody's driving her, and she's hanging out of the passenger side window, like literally standing on the floorboard. Her entire torso is out of the car, and she's like taunting us. She's yelling at us, and she's gesturing with her hand and like pointing at us kind of like in a tomahawk motion, and she's yelling at us and taunting us. Like, it was the weirdest thing. It was super loud, so I couldn't really understand what she was saying, but she had this scowl on her face, and it was just the weirdest thing. We all had like this sinking pit in our stomachs, this feeling like, what the heck? Something we never expected to happen. And it was just super, super weird. So anyway, we continued moving east on Tropicana Avenue. We stepped into the airport briefly, but it just felt very confined. And so we ended up leaving the airport and kept moving east. We crossed Tropicana at one point, and there was a liquor store that was like closing up. And I think they were closing up because they didn't know what was going on. But they gave us some water bottles. We were super dehydrated and thirsty. So they gave us some water bottles. And then we moved back across Tropicana. We actually ended up basically jogging all the way past UNLV. Down further is a Safeway. And my uncle works in Vegas a lot. He's a DJ. And we were able to get a hold of him. Luckily, he was still there that night on a Sunday night. He's not normally there. And he met us there at that Safeway and picked us up. And we had to basically drive all the way around the strip to get back to our room because we were staying. Oh, I'm sorry. Angel, the girl that was hanging out of the car was not white. She was darker skinned. So she was like Latin or possibly Middle Eastern. She had really straight, long, black, dark brown hair. She had thin features, thin nose. I was okay, and that's pretty much it. I was wearing cowboy boots and jeans and a plaid button-up shirt. And what do I do for a living? I'm a CPA. I have a doctorate in business and accounting, and I'm a full-time professor at a local Southern California university. I don't know if you can find me on video or not. Honestly, I have never found myself on video. No, I have not been paid out any settlement. I don't know if I'm going to get paid out any settlement. I don't know anything about that. Honestly, Angel, I wish I knew what the girl was yelling. It was chaos. It was so loud. And there was no way to really make out what she was saying. And none of us could make it out. What color? I'm assuming Double K, you're asking what color the car was. It was either black or dark blue. It was dark, so it was hard to tell. Gosh, this is a lot of weird questions. I live in Southern California. You guys, honestly, if you Google me, I'm sure you can find me. I'm a business owner. I have a CPA license. You can find me. It's not hard to find me.
Rick, I'm going to interrupt a minute and just give you a heads up. We've got, there's 3 people that are in the chat that absolutely 100% think the whole thing is fake. So I think that's why they're trying to pin down what you were wearing and what color it was. You guys, please try to be respectful. It's hard to get survivors to come on and tell their stories. And I don't mind if you ask questions. Just don't push the hoax thing too much because it's going to upset other people in the chat. And I don't want to scare off survivors that are willing to talk. So, and I don't want to have to time you guys out or anything like that either. So just try to be respectful as much as you can. Okay, go ahead, Rick.
Okay, so there's no way for me to post images in the chat, huh?
You can screen share down at the bottom of the StreamYards.
Okay, I'll go to StreamYards real quick.
On the StreamYard,
start sharing
screen share, and then it should ask you like which tab you want to share, and then once I see it pop up, I like accept it to go on the screen.
Allow. Okay, so there we go.
All right.
I'm actually going to do this. Sorry, that's videos I was looking at.
Yeah, anything you move your computer on now is going to show.
Yeah, that way I can see this and this separately. So you can go ahead.
This is Rick and Cassie, his wife.
This is the night that it happened. So this is what I was wearing. That hat is it's a Vortex, like the Scopes hat. It's real tree camo, jeans and cowboy boots and that shirt. That's what I was wearing that night. That's me at the concert that night. So I guess I don't probably need to continue sharing my screen.
All right.
Stop screen.
Crisis Cast actually is asking a reasonable question because we had Owen on the other night. We're talking about this. Do you believe that some parts of the night were staged?
I don't know. I don't rule it out. I definitely don't believe that the entire event was staged. And I always, I saw that guy get shot in front of me. I saw his reaction. I felt his reaction to getting shot, right? And my wife saw multiple people. I was very focused on getting us out of there. So I was looking for threats and not necessarily focusing on the carnage around me. But my wife definitely had a different mindset. So I don't think the entire event was staged. And I always go back to this. If we think that the government or whomever operated this event is so nefarious that they're willing to accomplish a task, let's say gun control or whatever it might be, by staging an entire event, what makes us think they're not willing to kill people who are insignificant to them to do that, right? So I definitely don't think that this was an entire stage event that nobody died. And my experience wouldn't tell me that. There was a lot going on that that we saw. It was crazy, right? That being said, do I think there's definite possibility that some of it was staged? I do. In fact, I've researched some of the people who are supposed to be victims or whatever, and it's really weird how they resemble other prior shooting victims, right? I get that, and I understand that's super duper weird. And I believe, I totally believe there was something nefarious going on that is outside of what the media and the officials have told us. And can that include crisis actors and that sort of thing? Of course, I think it totally could.
Crisis Cast, yeah, he said a few minutes ago that he heard fireworks and gunshots as well.
I did. Rick? Yeah, I did. And I'm not in the military. I've never been in the military, but I am an avid gun shooter. I belong to a gun club. I own many, many dozens of firearms. I've shot all types of firearms, from regular semi-auto, double K. I have multiple rifle calibers from 223 to 308 to 6.5 Creedmoor to 300 Win Mag. So I have, I have lots of guns. I've shot lots of guns. I've shot full auto. I've shot suppressed. So I know what gunfire sounds like. And I think that's what really helped us. Charles, I didn't hear any broken glass on my escape. Not that I recall anyway. Did I hear any broken glass? So anyway, so I'm very, very, very familiar with firearms. I don't believe what I heard that night was a bump stock AR-15. To me, it didn't sound anything like a bump stock AR-15. The cadence was wrong. The pitch didn't sound correct. So that made me question. Now, that being said, Kimberly, our friend who died, from the get-go, always said it felt like possibly we were being chased, or like there was times when the gunfire was much closer to us than other times. Now, mind you, the entire time we're moving away from the venue. Excuse me. We're moving away from the venue. We're moving away from Mandalay Bay. But at times it just seemed like the gunfire was much closer to us. My wife immediately from the next day was triggered by helicopters. Now, helicopters is a very interesting theory that went on, and I've researched a lot into helicopters. There's some really, really weird things that happened that night with helicopters. But, according to official radar, there was not really any helicopters hovering over us at the time of the event. Now, I say official radar. I should say publicly accessible radar data.
Rick, I just wanted to interrupt a minute. Xander's busy doing something, but he's going to try to come in later. So
okay, so we can discuss some of that.
Helicopters then. Yeah, because we were kind of like a helicopter team and dug a lot into the helicopters. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No problem. Yeah, Angel. I kind of agree with Matt Gilmore here, and in everyone I know that has been around guns a lot, people that actually were fielded the M240 Bravo in combat, that I've talked to, agree that what we heard that night really sounded like a belt fed, probably 308 M240B. That's what it sounded like. What actual piece of evidence do I still have today from that night? Well, Crisis Cat, I have my clothes. I have my boots. My boots are still actually splattered with blood. I never washed them off. So that's what I have from that night. I also have my my wristband. It's probably right here in my desk drawer. Gosh, I just knocked my fan over. Hold on. Let me see if my wristband is in here. It's either in here or it's in my bedroom. Okay, not the whole wristband, but I have a piece of it because I cut it in order to make a detachable wristband. So I'm actually just going to go ahead and share my camera real quick, Kathy. Not screen. Start cam. So that is a piece of my wristband from that weekend. Do you have to approve that, Kathy, or is that good? Can you guys hear me?
Oh, that's good, Rick.
Okay. So you can actually see that. So that's a piece of my wristband that I cut off when I made a detachable wristband. I drove to and from Vegas, Crisis. I know you're very, very skeptical of all this, so I'll try to answer your questions as much as I can. Okay, so yeah, how come the gunfire sounds tinny sometimes? It sounds like a saw belt-fed machine gun other times. Yeah, I honestly, I honestly think that the reason why gunfire sounds like it's changing is because the gunfire wasn't coming from a single location. That's my own personal opinion, but that makes the most sense to me. And honestly, the Corey, what's her last name? The cab driver,
Langdon.
Yeah, the Corey Langdon video really, to me, kind of points that out, because even it's not just the camera. Even she goes, "Oh, it sounds like it's coming from over there now." In the video, right? So she heard something really close by, and then she heard something that sounded really far away. And I don't think that the position of a shooter up in a window at Mandalay Bay moving slightly would change the sound that drastically. So anyway, we ended up back at our room. We were staying at a place called Tahiti Village, or is it just Tahiti Resort? There's two Tahiti resorts in Vegas. One of them is on the Strip, and one of them is down west on Tropicana. We were at the one west on Tropicana, past the Orleans Hotel and Casino. Anyway, so we were staying there. So once we drove, we had to drive all the way south, like almost to South Point, if you guys know where that is in Vegas, and then back around up to Tropicana.
South Point's where I was staying that night.
Okay.
I was at the Grandview next door to the South Point.
Okay. So anyway, so we drove all the way around that way to get back to the other side of Tropicana, and we got to the room, and then we packed up our stuff, actually. So we left Vegas that night. So it was really weird because we listened to talk radio. Like, I live about 3 hours from Vegas, and so we listened to talk radio all the way home. And it was weird how the story shifted from midnight into 3 a.m. Because it sounded, it just seemed like Las Vegas Metro was kind of shoring up its story during that time. So one thing, like Charles is asking, the sound of broken glass. If you're talking about broken glass from Mandalay Bay, I don't think we would have heard it over the normal noise in Vegas. Now, if you're talking about broken glass from other stuff, like inside the venue, number one, there wasn't a lot of glass in the venue. Most of those booths are made from steel or wood. Number two, I'm not sure about vehicles that were nearby, but we didn't spend much time around any vehicles within range of what was supposed to be the shooter. So it's not surprising to me that we wouldn't have seen or heard broken glass. But again, we're not necessarily looking for broken glass either. In that situation, we're looking for a way out of there. We're not looking for a broken window on a car, So yeah, I guess it depends on what you're talking about. But But it's not surprising to me that there's lack of reports of broken glass because number one, there wasn't a lot of glass to be broken in that general vicinity of the concert venue. And number two, if a shooter is aiming at the crowd in the venue, they're probably not going to hit those cars very much, if at all. Did I see any cocktails served in a ball jar?
That's a weird question.
That is a weird question. I don't remember any. I don't know what you mean by a ball jar, really, first of all. And second of all, I don't remember seeing many cocktails. And I don't think they typically.
Oh, I know what she's talking about. There's video that shows someone sitting up along the fence, I think, that has like a instead
like
of ball
a mason jar?
mason jar. Yeah, were they serving any drinks out of those? That you
I don't
remember?
think they typically serve. So I don't think they typically serve glass containers at a concert like that for obvious reasons. And so my guess is that person. How many people did I see that were shot or dead? Hold on, Double K. I'll answer that in a second. My guess is that. That person probably snuck that in. Now, something that was really weird that always stuck out to me, I forgot to mention this, is that the very first night we came to the concert on Friday night, security was very tight, right? We walked through metal detectors, they patted people down, they checked inside people's boots, they looked in bags, everything like that. Saturday was pretty similar to Friday night. On Sunday, we literally walked right into the concert, scanned our wristbands, the RFID that's in your wristband, and walked right in. There was nobody watching who was walking in or out, really. I mean, there was a couple of security there, but for multiple gates. They weren't questioning anybody. They weren't checking bags. They weren't looking in boots. Nothing like that on Sunday night.
Rick, there's new people that have joined since you introduced yourself at the beginning. Joe Roscoe wanted to know if you were there. Can you just go over your intro again a little bit for new people?
Yeah, sure. Joe, I was there. I was on the right side of the stage, which is the side closer to Mandalay Bay from the perspective of the crowd. I was there with my wife and three of her girlfriends. We were there together. We essentially got out together. You can look me up. My name is Rick Ardito. There's news stories with my name in it. I've done multiple podcast interviews, things like that as well. So you can actually find my story outside of this one and see how consistent it has been, or question me or whatever you want to do. I don't care. Anyway, so that's kind of who I am. How many people do I judge were attendance on October 1st? Crisis Cat, that's really hard to say. Was it 20,000 people? That's what they say. I'm not sure. It was a crowded concert venue on a Sunday night. It's a big place. I'm not an expert at judging how many people are in a crowd, so it's hard to say. I know somebody asked me how many people did I see. Double K asked how many people did I see that were shot and or dead. I saw one person get shot. I saw one person that I presumed to be dead. My wife saw more than I did because that's what she was very focused on. But that's what I specifically remember seeing from getting out of the concert venue is two different people. One person I basically saw get shot. I didn't see the bullet enter him, but I heard he kicked me in the top of the head because he flinched and we were on the ground. And then I saw, it was up his upper left shoulder. I saw the wound briefly as we got up to continue moving to get out of there. I spelled my name for Crisis Cat. You can look me up, whatever. Please don't dox me. That's screwed up. The side where the guys were smoking the vape together. I'm not sure. I don't know if I know what you're talking about, T, on that. Where did I see them? Okay, so Double K, the first person that I saw get shot was basically on the edge of the AstroTurf, trying to run away from the stage on that right side as we were taking cover during the second volley of shots. And the other person was closer to the porta potty area as we were exiting the concert venue. So And that person was like sitting down on the ground. I don't know. I don't understand your question, Double K. Where was that at? What do you mean? Inside the concert venue? Yeah, I think I just explained that. Maybe there's delay, so maybe that's why he asked that question. When I first heard shots today, okay, Joe, yeah, you didn't catch that part. So just before, 15 seconds before we heard what we hear on videos today of like that first long string of shots, what sounds like automatic gunfire. About 15 seconds before that, somebody dropped a string of firecrackers in the crowd on the AstroTurf, probably about 15 to 20 feet in front of us. And it was so distinctly different than the shots once they started because I could instantly pinpoint where the sound was coming from because that's how close it was to us. So my eyes immediately went to the location of these firecrackers, and I could actually see them flashing on the ground in between people's legs. And I saw like a portion of the crowd like move, almost form like a huddle, like a circle around the firecrackers, so they wouldn't be standing right on top of them. So that made me assume that somebody probably walked by and kind of tossed them in there, but I don't know for sure because I didn't see that happen. And then 15 seconds later is when the shots started, and I pretty much instantly thought that we were being shot at. So I told the girls to take cover and get down on the ground, and we were going to start running as soon as we felt like we could.
So, see, I think it's important that you actually saw this fireworks thing because so many people said no, people were just confusing it with gunshot, and you guys were close enough that it's like it's for sure that you saw fireworks, and that could have been a signal to the shooter to start shooting.
Right. Yeah, I think that it's pretty clear that obviously that whatever the event, like whatever exactly happened, it wasn't a lone wolf thing. And to me, there's no way in a three night concert that, you know, we never heard or saw any shenanigans like that, no fireworks or anything like that. And yet suddenly 15 seconds before shots ring out that there's fireworks in the crowd. So I definitely think that that had something to do with it. I think that it was meant to confuse people because remember, I was in the part of the crowd that was the main target, right? That's where most of the people got shot and killed. And so if you drop fireworks there, most likely people are going to be confused. They're going to not react like they should when the real shots start ringing out. And there's actually a psychological phenomenon called normalcy bias that causes you to do that. There's a famous story about a plane that landed under duress, and it actually ripped the entire top portion of the fuselage off. And after landing and stopping, so many people didn't react like anything bad happened. They were like basically getting up and gathering their things like normal to get off the plane because your mind wants to rationalize what's going on around you and make you feel like it's normal, even when something crazy is going on. And so I think that the fireworks helped play into that normalcy bias so that people wouldn't react when the actual shots rang out.
Now, someone had asked why the firecrackers weren't seen on any video. And I remember back when we were studying all the videos when they started releasing the CCTVs, wasn't there one video where you thought that you saw the area and the time?
Yeah, there is. There's one video where I feel like you can see the crowd move and I think it was a video from the Mandalay Bay Tower that was CCTV. So I think I'd have to go back and look to find that video. I'm sure it would take me some time.
Long time
yeah,
ago.
But we would have to. Can I pick myself out in the CCTV? No, Crisis Cat. There's no way you can pick out any individual person by look from the CCTV video. It's way far away. How many volleys before I decided it was time to break cover and run? Joe, we broke cover after the first volley and started to run, but we were fighting the crowd and didn't get very far. During the second volley is when the guy in front of me got shot in like his upper left shoulder area, just above his shoulder blade. And he actually flinched and he kicked me in the top of the head. Like his feet were towards the top of my head and he kicked me when he got shot. And at that point I realized it seemed like I had seen a couple of other rounds look like they possibly hit the ground. And I thought there was somebody above us. So after that volley, when we started to run, We got off of the AstroTurf area by then, and we were trying to make our way out when the third volley started. And we started to like instinctively get down during that third volley, and then I told the girls, no, keep running, stay low. And so that's kind of what happened. So I believe we exited the concert venue during or just after the third volley of gunshots.
I would like to welcome Owen. Owen just got here. Owen was on last week with us. I don't know if you missed it or not. He's the one that filmed the video that we refer to as the live leak video. We aren't allowed to show it because YouTube will take our stream down. But and Owen and Rick are really good friends too. They met in a group, a Facebook group after the shooting, and have done a lot of work. The three of us have done a lot of work together. So say hello, Owen.
What's going on? How's it going, Rick?
Not too much. How you doing, Owen?
Doing good. Busy as hell.
You sound tired.
I am.
We won't. We'll try not to go till 3 a.m. this time. Well, it wasn't 3 at your house, but
right.
Rick's still telling his story, and then when he's anytime you want to jump in, just go ahead and jump in. If you want to collaborate something with him, and then when he's done, we'll let you talk.
No, yeah, I've been listening for a little bit.
Okay, good.
So, yeah.
Have either of you two ever been in any branch of the military?
No, I haven't. I don't believe you have either, Owen.
No, my entire family. I was the only one that didn't, and that's actually an interesting story why I didn't. I graduated 2003, so we just moved into Iraq. Then we were past Afghanistan, we're moving to Iraq, and I had an Air Force guy come to my house. He was like, every my scores fit, my height, weight fit. I wanted to be a fighter pilot, and I asked the guy, I said, "Hey man, why are we in Iraq?" And he was like, "I don't know, man. I'm just here to recruit people." I was
good
like,
answer.
If you can't really give me a good answer as to why we're fighting in a different place than we began in, then I can't sign up my everything away. So especially being a fighter pilot, knowing that you might end up bombing people and things that you couldn't really control because you just followed what you're supposed to.
Hey guys, I do your question.
My entire family's military.
Sorry, Owen.
Yeah.
I'm
sorry.
I told
everyone
everyone to write.
Yeah, no,
hang on one sec. I told everyone to write their questions in caps, but the questions are coming like crazy. So just try to keep up with them as good as you guys can.
Yeah. No, let me answer a couple of questions real quick.
Go ahead.
Thumper, Owen's live leak video. You know what? I saw that video shortly after this incident, before I ever met Owen. Quite honestly, at the time, I thought it was kind of weird. But there was a lot of weird information going around at the time. And now I've come to think of it as probably one of the most valuable videos from that night, just because I don't think there's another video really showing any of the aftermath like that. And so it's been a really good investigative tool. So that's cool. Charles, I didn't see CCTV cameras inside the venue, but I wasn't looking for them. And so remember, you guys have to remember, we were there to see a concert. We were there to have a good time. We weren't there thinking we were going to be investigating anything like that. This was kind of thrust upon us, without our knowledge. Crisis Cat, I did see a street preacher near the venue. I know one night we stopped, there was like an AM PM near the venue to the north side. And we stopped one night and grabbed some drinks before we went in. And I saw a street preacher there. What direction did I run when I broke cover? We ran northeast when we broke cover, Joe. And we were surrounded by many other concert goers when we started moving, and it was difficult. Our group of 5 got separated into 2 groups because of the funnel of people trying to get out of there. Charles is asking Owen if you saw any broken glass, but you were in the concert venue pretty much the whole time, right, Owen? So I don't know if that
I never
makes sense.
Broken glass.
Yeah. I did not see Trump's plane in Vegas, Moto.
Oh, there you are. I was wondering where you were on the questions.
Okay, so that's really great. Crisis Cat actually, he asked if the FBI ever came to talk to me about that night. So no, I offered a statement to the FBI. I called their tip line. They sent me to a local FBI office where a local field agent took my statements. I told them, namely about the seeing the fireworks. I told them about the girl in the car that was taunting us, that was hanging out of the window that was taunting us. And I told them about another story that I was told from another survivor that was really weird. I'll go ahead and share this. This isn't my firsthand knowledge. It was from another survivor that told me about it. Her and her daughter were in the VIP area in the big stands, and they saw somebody in a yellow vest use a ladder to get over the wall right there to the other side. And as he's going over the wall, she tries to put her daughter on the ladder so her daughter can climb over the wall as well to get out there. And she says that the man who climbed over the wall with the ladder actually yanked the ladder out of her daughter's hands and took it with him over the other side of the wall. So I told the FBI about those three things. What's interesting is I think through some other investigators, we've actually located the girl who was taunting me. I've utilized the other people that I know saw this same person and asked them if they recognize some people in pictures, and they've all pointed to the same girl. But the FBI, as far as my knowledge goes, the FBI, the LVMPD never tried to find this girl who was legitimately hanging out of the window of a car driving slowly down Tropicana Avenue in the middle of Vegas, where I know she has to be on camera somewhere. So no, the FBI never came to talk to me. They did take a statement from me, but I don't think anything ever came from the information that I gave them, because I don't think they ever actually really investigated it.
Did your statement ever show up in the PDF documents we went through?
No, it did
you ever
not.
find it?
It did not. I never found my statement in the PDFs.
Okay.
Crisis Cat, we ordered our. I'm sorry, one more thing. Crisis Cat, we ordered our tickets from Ticketmaster.
To elaborate on the taunting, I have a first-hand story from a guy that I'm really good friends with. He's radio DJ, so I won't say his name. But he told me firsthand. Actually, he told this story, so I guess I could say his name. He said that he upon leaving the venue when after the frantic rush, they were able to get to one of the girls he knows car pretty quickly, and they hopped in the car, ran, got out of Dodge quick, and they got to a gas station, and they pulled and two black guys pulled up next to him, and one guy got out and just I can't remember verbatim what he said, but it was along the lines of he's told this story, so I could actually look it up and find the exact word for word. I don't want to misquote somebody, but he said that y'all getting what you deserve tonight. And, I'm paraphrasing a lot of other wording in that, but he basically acknowledged a prior knowledge of the event. Like he said something to him in a way like he already knew what was happening. And this was at a gas station down the street, mind you. So, like, nobody was running from the venue knew what was going on yet. How would somebody randomly driving by in a car pull up?
Well, there was a report about people talking about it at the pool that day, the Mandalay Bay pool. Then there was the girls by the haystack that said stuff, and then there was the girl that said those people up front that lady said you're all going to die tonight. So you put those 5 stories together, and it seems like there was a group of people that knew something ahead of time.
Yeah, somebody somewhere knew something other than just random solo guy in a building. Do you want to go back to some of these questions? I think I lost track of where we were at. Oh, the FBI. My mother's position is she's a cath lab nurse. She works in a cath lab, so she's heart nurse.
Kathy?
Yeah.
I'm going to share my screen again. I shouldn't appease Crisis Cat because he's pretty much a troll, but he says that I didn't buy tickets from Ticketmaster, so I found the email from Ticketmaster. So I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen to shut that down real quick.
Okay. Let me know when you got it.
I don't know. He says that Ticketmaster didn't sell tickets. So this is directly in my email. You can see my picture right here. This is an important alert, Route 91 Harvest Festival, Las Vegas Village, event information. We're popping your wristbands in the mail from the event. Remember, this came from event change at Ticketmaster.com, Route 91 Harvest Festival, blah, 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 tracking number, blah, 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 blah. So there you go. Ticketmaster sold me my tickets.
I didn't know people were still worried about that. Rick, don't you? Do you still have your wristband? I feel like everybody.
Yeah, I do.
Night.
Yeah,
he showed his wristband already.
Yeah, I showed a piece of it that I cut off because I made it into like I put a clip on it so I could take it off and put it back on.
I wanted to add, Owen, after you came on the last time, someone had questioned in another chat I was watching of, you being from California, but yet you had the Southern accent. I told him I thought you were from Alabama. Am I correct?
Yes, I'm from Alabama.
You're originally.
But yeah, I would really like to go through the people who think that this was BS thing, and could we just run down that really quick and get that out of the way?
Okay, Joe, Crisis Cast, Double K, Thumper, you're on.
What color?
Ask your questions.
Pants and what shirt were you wearing at the concert? I don't mind actually this straight out. I don't mind. Can you hear me?
Owen, talk so I can see if I can hear you.
Yeah, Owen's internet connection is.
I don't know. I don't know what the hell's going on with my internet.
I can hear you now. You guys put your questions in all caps, and these guys will run down the people that think it was all fake. We might as well get that out of the way.
Real quick, Crisis Cat, I'm not defensive at all. We just go through that a lot, like people who just don't even believe that this was real, that people were there. So anyway, I mean, I don't mind showing that stuff, but also it seems like there's at least some people out there that it doesn't matter what you show them, they're never going to believe what you show them. So that's why that's why sometimes you might see people like me or Owen get defensive about stuff. Is that it feels like we've gone over this over and over and over again sometimes.
Well, it's the same way with the full narrative.
Yeah, I mean,
people, they are stuck in their thing, and there's nothing you could say to convince them.
I apologize about my internet. I've having Wi-Fi troubles recently. I can't even understand why. I'm trying to actually do this over a mobile hotspot because my internet's so bad. I don't get it. They claim they sell me 100 meg, and I just can't even watch a YouTube video. I mean, my face has already been plastered everywhere. I don't even mind showing you the bag I have in my hand of my clothes. I can send pictures of the night right before going in the venue. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. I'm just watching the questions roll by.
Okay, so I'm gonna address a couple of questions real quick. So, Crisis Cast, I haven't seen any convincing evidence that the event didn't happen, like that it straight up like nobody was there or it was all actors or anything like that. I think there's tons and tons and tons of survivors out there. I think it's pretty hard to discredit that. Moto Domo-kun. I think that you're actually really onto something right there. There's, I don't know how much of this I want to share because I'm actually working on a book about some of this evidence, but I think there is possibly connections to MS-13, but definitely connections to people who came from south of the border. I know for a fact that somebody who is connected to the Sinaloa cartel was probably there that night. So it's really a weird situation, but I think
we did a lot of work and a lot of digging on that a long time ago and kind of kept the lid on the cartel part. Because it was like, that's to me the scary part. But I think those people that were there that had the foreknowledge, I think that's where they came from.
Yeah, for sure. Were there some gates closed that were previously open before the shooting started? I'm not sure about that, Dixie, but we only went to the first gate that we knew that we could get out of. So it's not like I investigated the entire venue. So I don't know. I read some of the victims' police reports. A few reported seeing smoke nearby. I don't recall that.
Don't be defensive. Should be telling all. I mean, that's kind of what we're doing, but you don't believe it.
Joe, I don't know if the CCTV footage looks doctored, but I don't know that I was necessarily looking at the footage trying to find edits or doctoring. I was looking for specific information, anything that could help our investigation. So it's possible. I think the Mandalay Bay definitely had motive to hide things. So possibly. I'd have to go back and look at it. Right, Xander. I know the FBI and FAA, I don't think they ever intend to answer our FOIA request, but that's another story.
Crisis Cast is asking, where did you sleep that night? I know that Rick and his group hightailed it back to California, but Owen, where did you guys stay that night?
Oh, we stayed at Luxor.
Okay.
We actually walked right back to our rooms. A lot of people got like ushered into these conference rooms, but we just walked right across Las Vegas Boulevard back to Luxor and back to the room.
And I don't think I really slept that night. I got home. Something interesting. I wonder if I could find an archive of it, but I was actually on Laura Ingram's radio show the next morning. And I got interrupted by President Trump's speech, and she put me on hold.
Yeah, I actually was on an interview at a gas station halfway back to Vegas, about 7 a.m., 8 maybe at the latest, the next morning with KTLA, I believe.
Double K asks, how do I know it was a mass shooting and not just people shot with simunition or simunitions? I think he means simunitions. Simunitions are like really, really fast moving paintballs, but they don't generally go through people. That's the point of them. And I definitely saw the guy in front of me, and the guy I saw as I was exiting certainly appeared to have holes in them. So I don't believe it was simunition. I'm not saying that they didn't maybe have some going on, but that's not what I saw.
I know for a fact it wasn't no simunition. Yeah. I accidentally stuck my finger in bullet holes in people's heads. In my video, you see me reach over to Debbie's left side of her head, and my finger accidentally went in the hole. That's how I know exactly where she was shot. Touched the hole.
Awakened Angel saying someone doctored Paddock's wristband. She did a video about it. Which wristband did Paddock have on, Awakened Angel?
Yeah, I don't recall that. And we can talk about Paddock too, because I totally think there's a lot of questions there.
Yeah, definitely.
Crisis Cast asks if we knew anybody who actually died too. Sorry, Owen, go ahead.
Yeah, not 100% directly, but I knew a friend of Chris Roybal.
Yeah, so my sister-in-law was friends with Chris Roybal as well. We're from approximately the same area, so it's not surprising to be connected one way or another to him. But yeah, my sister-in-law was friends with Chris Roybal, my brother's wife. And other than that, I didn't know people who died except for Kim, who died after the fact, a week later from a seizure, who was with us that night. So.
Crisis Cast doesn't work for the press. He just is very skeptical about the whole event, so he's asking a lot of questions. Anyone that has questions, try to put them in all caps. I know I said that before, but new people keep coming in. It's really hard to keep up with them, so nobody's getting ignored. It's just the questions are rolling by really quick.
Yeah, and it's hard to talk and make sure everybody gets to say what they want to say and we don't miss stuff, so it happens sometimes.
Oh, I know what Awakened Angel's talking about. That Mary Lou pic that looks doctored, that had the 13 on his neck, that had the wristband look cut. I think that whole picture was photoshopped.
Oh, yeah, I remember seeing videos about that where it looks like, at least down in the bottom left, where it's like it totally looks photoshopped.
Is it still like breaking up when I talk?
No, Owen, but I do think you just have a little delay. So I think I'm not trying to talk over you, but sometimes you come in like kind of like it sounds like it's going to be silent, and then you come in. So sorry about that.
No, you're good. I was just curious.
Somebody asked if there was
are you into
LRAD.
Oh yeah, that's what I was going to ask you about. I couldn't tell you yes or no, but I could tell you what it did sound like to me. It sounded like gunfire playing over a tornado siren, and the tornado siren to me sounded like it was in the vicinity of that needle out in front of Luxor. That's their sign. The
Right.
The
what do they
big,
call
tall,
that?
oblique,
the
whatever they
obelisk.
call it.
The obelisk.
Yeah.
Oh, and my opinion on that is I think the reason why it sounded like that is because I honestly think there was either people in different locations or the shooter was moving.
Well, yeah, I mean, I could understand the sweeping action of a gun, but to me, the reason it sounded like it was because of the consistency. It
Right.
wasn't very, very sporadic. It was almost like a mechanism of the. It didn't go from super loud to super quiet, super fast. It went at a decreasing and increasing.
Almost like somebody was in a helicopter.
I mean, I'm not saying it wasn't possible, but I mean, it just seemed like it was too fluid to be a erratic action.
Right. Yeah. Why don't you know
I
what
stood
state?
in the same position for a lot of time. I stood very centralized for a moment that when it panned in a very fluid, consistent motion, and then right back. And the timing of it was odd as well. Like it was, like somebody flipped a switch on the machine and it just panned back and forth. I don't know if you've seen what was that movie where he set up that machine gun in his trunk and it shot through the trunk?
Breaking Bad.
Yeah, Breaking Bad. I'm sorry. Yeah, so it very similar to something like that, sweeping very consistently and very, that was actually only in the very first volleys it sounded like that. Towards the rest of the volleys, it kind of changed. I honestly started tuning it out, and the only thing I was hearing was the pinging of things being hit like around me. But I kind of tuned out the gun sound after about 5 volleys, I'd say.
They were bringing up Paddock before. Let's talk a little bit about. I know Matt has some feelings on this, and both of you do. About that guy laying on the floor in those pictures. I don't think it's Paddock, and I think he was dead long before the shooting started. So I want to hear what you guys have to say about that.
Well, okay. So first I'll say, and I know you guys talked about this the other night, the ears don't match whatsoever. We know that. He had attached earlobes in pictures from before, and in the picture of whoever that is laying on the ground, they're clearly detached earlobes. They're also curled. Your ears are basically like a fingerprint. They don't really change other than they grow your whole life, but they don't change shape, and so that didn't make any sense at all. And then we have the discrepancies in the autopsy report as well. We know he had blue eyes from his driver's license, from pictures. They listed him as brown. We know he was 6'3", right? I believe, or 6'4", and they listed him as 6'1" in the autopsy. I think it was 6'4" and 6'1". That's a big difference, 3 inches. It's not like this man shrunk 3 inches.
Right, and then, add on to it, he had that completely straight purple line of livor mortis on him. I think he was killed. Yeah. Whoever the guy was killed earlier in the day.
Yeah, so, what you're talking about, livor mortis, that's the settling of the blood in the body. Mm-hmm. And that typically depends on temperature, but that takes 8 to 24 hours, depending on temperature. If that body is laying in a normal room, you can bet that's going to take at least 8 or 9 hours to start seeing livor mortis, or what we also call fixed lividity is the other term for it. And so that doesn't make sense at all.
Are you still with us, Matt? Matt might have went out to smoke a cigarette.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. What's your take on Paddock in the room?
Basically what everybody else is saying. It's not him. There's no way that it was him. I mean, there's too much evidence to prove that it wasn't him. At least in my opinion. I mean, I could be wrong, but
I like that opinion because I felt the same way. Like, there's so much points not at him more than it is point at him.
He's part of whatever the government cover-up is, I think.
well, that's the $64,000 question. What was his role in all of this? If he didn't do the shooting? That's the question. Why was he there? Why was he picked?
That's a good question.
Well, okay, so and I think that ties into something else that I would bring up is that why would you have 20 or 20 plus 30 plus guns in the room? There's no possible way you're going to use them all. You would need to use them all. You can't even stage them, close enough together to make it make sense, right? Even if you need a few guns because a barrel's going to get too hot, you need 5 at most, but not 30. So it doesn't make sense. So what was he doing up there if that is him, right? What was he doing up there with 30 guns? Why him? And then we have those really weird emails where he's almost sending like gun advertisements from one of his email addresses to another, or was it to himself from the same email address? I think it was rather. So that's just, that to me screams some kind of government operation.
Yeah, I think so too.
Something was going on, but we just don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And we probably never will know.
Well, there's so many birds you could kill with one stone like that. I mean, there's so many different things that you could accomplish with one event like this if you were staging an event like this.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
I mean, just the sheer seeing how people respond to it would be, means enough.
Well, but it's not only that. The pictures from the the crime scene photos. Those 2 chairs that were put together in the living room area. To make it look like a tub.
Right. Yeah. Like
the
place to just dump guns or whatever.
Yeah. And if those guns were used, there's no marks from the
burning a hole in that couch.
Yeah.
Right.
Especially
there would have been black marks from from the heat of the gun.
If you went essentially full auto for 100 rounds, when you set that gun down, they're going to be hot enough to burn that leather or faux leather or whatever it was.
Yeah, whatever it was.
Yeah.
If you're 61 years old and you sit that thing down and you already have some physical health issues, then you're probably grabbing the next one for at least 4 or 5 minutes. You're just going to be exhausted.
Right.
I've shot a bunch of these.
Throughout the whole shooting, there was a 2-minute delay. There was a period where there was it was just a couple of minutes where there was no shooting, and then the shooting picked up again.
Yeah. That's the only pause that actually seemed legitimate.
Right. But if just hypothetically speaking, if he did commit this crime, and with all those guns that he had in the room, why didn't he just keep on going?
Yeah, why shoot yourself at that point?
Right, yeah. He's in the middle of the volleys, then he's going to kill himself before they even got to him. So that never made sense to me either.
Why'd you stack up so many magazines if you're just going to leave them stacked there? You wasted a lot of time.
Right, if you're just going to change guns, right?
Their staging of the room was overkill.
So I really think that those guns were meant for someone else, either to participate or this was some kind of a deal gone wrong,
I agree. I can follow along those lines only because so many people we've already connected people with previous knowledge that this thing was going to happen. And then on top of, the amount of weapons there, if per se, somebody did say you're all going to die tonight. Well, they didn't mean 58. they meant you're all going to die tonight. And that would actually add up with the amount of weapons and firepower that was in that room.
Right.
If you imagine everyone, 30 people, each of you grab one and you wait at the exit, you literally
Right,
could have
exactly. Yeah.
killed everyone in the venue that night. You could have.
What do you guys think about the whole Campos thing?
That's really weird. I don't trust Ellen DeGeneres at all. I think it's coming out even more now how bad of a person she is, right, in the news. But I think she was a bad person all the time. And I think she was opportunist because she had deals with MGM. And so that's where they did this interview. There's been lots of videos out there analyzing the guy's face. I'm not even sure that the person they interviewed was the same George Campos. It's fishy all around, man. It's so weird.
I'd like to address what Crisis Cast said. If
yeah, go ahead.
Asking like why did they shoot him if he was already dead before he got in the room? Well, how do you know that whoever the shots were at Paddock? I mean, that's still their word. You kind of got to if you're going to believe what they say, you can't believe like bits and pieces of it.
Well, they gave 3 different stories too. They said he was dead when they entered the room. They said they engaged the suspect.
Yeah.
And then another one was...
Yeah. Yeah. One of the body cams, didn't he fires and says, nice shot, or something along those lines. One down.
Well, the one guy said he's been dead for a minute. So, yeah, even the police had so many different stories about Paddock. It's like, I just think whoever that guy was already dead before any of it happened. I can't believe... Palm Mom wants to know if any of us believe Paddock is a Fed. I don't know if he's a Fed, but I think he worked for him. He was engaged in some kind of something that had to do with this, and I don't know what. It's nothing I've ever been able to figure out. But I think he was working with them, either that or they had some reason to get rid of him.
Joe asked if you went to the parking lot and escaped in your vehicle, and I actually was curious, Rick. I remember, how did you?
I actually answered that question in text. No, my uncle picked me up at the Safeway, so we went like 2.5 miles down Tropicana because Tropicana was blocked off everywhere. And at one point, we went to get in a cab, and we were hearing so much conflicting information. Like I had called my dad and my mom, and I told my dad what was going on, and he was feeding me information from the news and the police scanners. And, they were saying that people on roofs, they were saying that there was an emergency vehicle hijacked. There was all this stuff going on. So we went to get in a cab, and I was like, I don't know who to trust. Never mind. And we just kept running, So we called my uncle, who happened to still be in town because he's a DJ in Vegas on the weekends a lot of times. And he picked us up at that Safeway and took us back around to our room.
Okay. Yeah, when I left and went back, when I left the venue, it was well after the shooting had stopped, and I went across Las Vegas Boulevard, and man, it was weird. It was empty. Like you look both directions, you didn't see anybody on Las Vegas Boulevard. You saw a bunch of police cars, like lights everywhere, but doors open. There was a couple of police cars. I looked like, this looked like a zombie apocalypse thing. Everybody was gone. No cops anywhere. And me and my girlfriend and my mom's friend walked right across Las Vegas Boulevard and right into Luxor, and may have seen one person in that whole walk from the venue.
But you were there until they cleared it out, right?
Yes, I actually walked out probably right as they were clearing it out. I'm not even 100% sure because I didn't see. I never saw a police officer. I was able to walk, the distance I did without seeing one police officer, but I didn't.
Thumper asked our opinion on George Floyd video and the riots. You know what? I don't know what to make of that. There are some weird things about the video, and the connections between the officer Chauvin or whatever his name is and Floyd. I think some of those are clearly not true. Like, I don't think they worked together for 16 years, because I don't think Floyd was in Minneapolis that long, because he came from Houston recently. But overall, I don't know if it was necessarily something that was planned, but even if it wasn't, there's a lot of opportunism going on, and the people that pull the strings for groups like BLM and Antifa, they're just happy to see something like that happen, because they can take advantage of it.
Truth and You wants to know if either of you went past the medical tent, and someone else had asked earlier if either of you saw the ambulances lined up at Hooters.
I did see a lot of ambulances.
I did go, but I walked out the exit.
Go ahead, Owen.
I'm sorry. I walked out when I left the venue, I went right by the medical tent. I saw a lot of people triaging people. I walked right up on a guy. That's actually one of the videos I have not released, only because, and I had somebody ask why would I say that I had other videos and I wouldn't release them. Well, if you understood the amount of ridicule that I have experienced in 3 years with a video like that on the internet, you understand why I would never put anything else on the internet.
The families of the victims were
I didn't
not
intend
happy
for that video to get out. Oh no, not at all. And I never intended that video to get out in the first place. It was a complete accident with either the radio station or not the radio station, the TV station, or I don't know. But for any other video to have any other video like that, I'd never put that out again. But I have a video at the medical tent when I was leaving, just because I was really confused to what we just experienced and what was going on around me, and I knew that there was no way I'd remember what I was seeing. But I also knew how important it would be to have something like this at least documented. And I would never document anything if I felt that I was in a position to help someone. The only time you see people documenting things is when they're in a position where they don't want to help or they can't help. And that's the reason you have people documenting things. I mean, why would you not document something that could be extremely important one day? The decision making when you do something like that is do you share that? And, I obviously had no intention on sharing anything like this. I definitely wanted to research what happened, just because of how confusing it was, and meeting people who were also there and what their opinions were about what happened was, extremely intriguing and as also unusual. So, yeah, I'll never release those videos. I mean, I don't understand why people wouldn't want to believe a survivor story, because they would say something, that they will have more information. Do you want all of the survivors to open up their entire lives to you? That's crazy. Go ask your neighbor if he'll open his life up to you. And he's not even possibly a survivor of something like this. So it's not necessarily because none of us want to reveal information. It's just, why? I mean, you don't believe it anyway.
Joe Roscoe said his phone battery's dying. He has to go, but if you ever want to go on his show, you're welcome. He's probably got a million other questions.
I just responded to him. If he knows how to get a hold of you, you can put him in touch with me too, Kathy. I'm happy to go talk wherever.
Yeah, I think I've said before that I don't mind speaking. I just didn't want to. I don't like the idea of trying to prove that I was there. I don't like the idea of trying to prove that it was real. I don't like the idea of trying to prove that people actually died. I actually like the idea of trying to investigate what really happened that night and the truth about it, whatever that truth might be. A mixture of real and fake. Is that too hard to believe? We see a mixture of real and fake every day in the world. So to say that this thing was 100% fake or 100% real, I believe the truth is somewhere in the middle. I
believe so too. I think there was fake stuff mixed in with real. I watched all the body cams, and I don't know if you guys did. I know Owen had said before that he didn't, but there's a lot of body cams in the Reno and Haven area that, I mean, it just almost looks like they were like filming a movie, you know.
Oh, 100%.
And then
I did watch some of those, the really good ones, and you're right. A lot of those looked like somebody had reset up something in order to get a good police interaction with it, you know, like to make sure that we looked like we were clearing the venue.
Well, and it's not only that too. What about the some of those? Is it David Becker, the photographer? Some of his pictures are clearly staged after the fact.
I agree. We spent a lot of time on those Becker pictures.
The video, especially that picture, girl inside on top of the catwalk there, like that had to have happened way after my video, after they turned the lights back on, because I was standing at that catwalk grabbing people left and right, and that never happened while the lights were on.
Right,
So
and it looks like somebody set
definitely
a fast food bag up there.
Yeah, remember we saw that bag sitting on the stage that looked like it was still tied in a knot at the top, like somebody done ordered some delivery takeout.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a fast food bag and a paper or styrofoam cup sitting on the stage in one of those pictures, and I'm like, what the hell? Like that has to be staged.
Okay, let's analyze that for just a second. No places in that venue sold anything in a bag that was to go. No places in the venue. You know that. Everything in that venue came in some kind of paper, disposable bowl or cup, or nothing came in a bag and a to-go thing. So that made its way into the venue from outside the venue.
Right. And just the fact that it would even be up there is like what? That doesn't make any sense in the situation. So that looks clearly staged.
There was videos of with me, the ones that I got from Mr. Burgundy. You know, there was videos of me grabbing people, pulling them over the fence, and you can see that end of the stage in those videos, and there's nothing sitting there.
Right. Well, and then like this one that I'm looking at, remember it's like, what is the street directly on the east side of the venue where I exited? Is that Reno? What is that? I forget what street that is. That runs along the fence. Do you remember, Kathy?
I believe that's Reno or Giles.
Giles. It's Giles. Yeah. Giles or Giles or whatever. Anyway, there's like the police car, and there's like a guy on the ground with a shotgun and two police hiding behind the car, and some guy
that's
crouching behind it with his shirt off. And then there's just two random guys just like looking at their phones, like not hiding behind this car at all.
We found two other pictures that were from that same photo shoot. Right. There was different people.
Yeah, and it's like different angles, and like the people move. It's like what is this? This does not look like a candid photo at all.
And this guy has the type of equipment based on the quality of the picture. He has the type of equipment that would need a tripod. It would need a stand. He didn't freehand grab those pictures.
Well, okay, so the one that I'm talking about, right, the one on Giles, it definitely looks like this is a multi-exposure image, which would require a tripod because it's if you know what HDR, it's high dynamic resolution or high dynamic range. I'm sorry, which basically allows you to bring in multiple ranges of light into the picture. So what you do is you set your camera on a tripod and you take that same picture under multiple exposure settings, and then you overlay them, just pulling out the best parts so that your darks are not too dark, your lights are not too light. You get like the best photograph possible. In this picture that I'm talking about, there's no way that these dark areas would be properly exposed and not have the lights on the Mandalay Bay completely washed out without it being an HDR, a multi picture shot, basically overlaid.
Palm Mom asked where Mary Lou was now. The last picture anybody saw of her, she was in LA out shopping with her daughter, and no one's ever heard a word from her. She's never done an interview. Her lawyer just gave one interview, and that's about it for Mary Lou. I mean, I think Mary Lou was in town the night of the shooting, and that was another part of the big cover-up.
Ti asked if we saw any ninjas. I think she's referring to the according to Joe videos, the ninjas on top of that trailer or whatever. I didn't see him in person, but to me that video is very clear that there's people sneaking around up there that look like they shouldn't be there. It's weird. I don't know what to say about it other than it's really weird. I don't have answers for exactly what was going on.
So we did some digging into that. I don't know if you guys remember, but when we laid that out on the map, the area that camera is looking is very close to where those half moon shaped bars were, and you could get on top of those bars. And the only explanation, other than some people doing some sketchy stuff on top of an RV, that I can make is that we are barely seeing the top line of that bar, and those are people that were on top of that bar, because there was a top up there with a bar, and you could watch the whole venue from up there. And those people were the maybe the last stragglers that were left up there, getting down, coming down the stairs, because the stairs were on the side, and the way that they're trying to stay low. If you thought about them not as ninjas and as people that are on top of a rooftop scared to death, they're just trying to get out of there.
And to me, though, Owen, and maybe I'm misremembering this because it's been a while since I looked at it, but I thought it seemed like they were away from those bar areas where you can get on the top. It almost looks like they're on top of like one of the food truck things.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, but that was what I was saying is that's like the only close to other logic than it being random like that.
Right.
The only building that was close by is that half moon shaped building. Otherwise, yeah, they're on top of some kind of food truck or the bathrooms. I think we remember the bathroom trailers were right there as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one thing that I always thought about when we were talking about the body cams. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but there were multiple body cams with people when they were clearing the venue going up to the restrooms, and the restrooms were locked. And the only way those restrooms could be locked is from the inside.
Of somebody inside of them, yeah.
Right. Hey, Owen, I have a question for you. Do you remember what security was like the different nights of the concert, getting into the concert?
Oh, yeah. It was. We talked about that, actually. It was really, really bad. I remember the first night we always snuck stuff in. I'm sure you did too. We snuck in liquor in our boots and in our belt buckles and all kinds of stuff. But I remember being able to go to that gas station you're talking about, the AM/PM right there. We go over there and get these tall boys, and they're super cheap there instead of inside the venue.
Yeah, for $15.
We'd walk right in the venue with those in our hand, like. Out in the open in our hand.
Do you feel like it was like that on Friday night? Because on Friday night, I really remember, I think we got there relatively early, but on Friday night, it seemed like they looked in the girls' boots, they patted people down, they wanted people. Yep. But Sunday night, It was like there was one guy for 10 gates and they weren't stopping anybody.
I 100% agree, and I actually one of my girlfriend was telling me too, though, is that the Sunday night was the night that we were able to walk in with them just in our hands. We left and went back to the room and came back in and brought what do you call them, flasks, just openly in our pockets, like they weren't even patting you down at that point. So Sunday night specifically, anytime, because we came back in during Big and Rich's set, and during Big and Rich's set, I don't even know if I remember seeing but maybe one guy there with a wand. Like at that point, I almost felt they didn't care who came in.
Right. And honestly, like that's just so weird that it just happens to be lax security the night that like the worst mass shooting in American history happened. It's too convenient. There's too many things that happen that I'm like, really?
I will say that I agree, 100% agree with you. But I will say also that a lot of these other smaller festivals like that, they do kind of get lax on that last night, and especially, I guess, towards the end, they do kind of get like, you missed the whole festival. If you're just trying to sneak in for the last show, who cares? I know that's that way, like at Country Thunder. Sometimes, they kind of don't care then, who's coming in.
Yeah,
But I wouldn't have expected in Las Vegas,
Yeah, and the other thing is that so you guys talked a little bit about this. I kind of disagreed with something you said the other night. I was trying to listen to. I didn't get through the whole thing, but you said something about like the security not being highly trained, and I'm sure they're not the most highly trained for sure. But CSC, that security company they hired, they have that special Homeland Security certification that I know the Mandalay Bay tried to use to get out of the lawsuit, right? So they should be on the higher end of event security.
I would say that the people who were upper security, yes, but for those venues, now I only know this from somebody who I talked to that was working those things. For some of those events like that, they just hire whoever they can get, because at that point, you're the guys in the wand. The guys behind the people actually just checking all the stuff. Yes, those guys are trained. They're professionals. They're everything they are supposed to be. But for the everyday, ordinary other guy, they're not. I won't say they're not trained, because that would be absurd. But they're not the best. Especially like at Stagecoach. By the second night, which gate to go in if you want to sneak some stuff in. I can point out these guys. Hey, he's not going to check anything. Let's go to him.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's definitely possible. But yeah, it seemed weird. Like CSC is the same. I see them all the time. They do like all the baseball games out here, like at Angels and Dodger Stadium. I actually hate seeing those yellow shirts now, but I see them all over.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, and I know what you mean, but have you ever asked some of those guys what they make? Most of the time, they tell you
it's not great. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time they'll tell you, not enough to care about what you're sneaking in your boot.
Right. Well, and the thing is that most, unless you're private security for like a VIP, I think generally a security job is not the best paying job in the world. So.
No. Yeah, and I mean, some of these guys, they're hired for only that weekend. I know for Stagecoach, for instance, like. Most of them who work Stagecoach are only there for Stagecoach. They're not security the rest of the year.
Well, and also
they just do enough to maintain that.
It's in the middle of nowhere. So, but in Vegas, you would think those people, they're not just hired for the weekend. There's stuff going on all the time,
I mean, you'd hope that, and I guess you would kind of expect, but I feel like that Route 91 was a little bit bigger of an event than they're used to right there downtown. Like the biggest event other than that would be the EDM, and that happens, outside of Vegas.
Right. Well, and actually, it happened in downtown area, right? Actually,
I don't know. I thought
because. Was it EDM? There was a festival like 2 or 3 weeks before, right? That Paddock supposedly scouted out from the Ogden. Was that EDM? I can't remember.
It was something. Yeah, it was something like that. But I don't think it takes place like right down Las Vegas Boulevard. I think it's a little bit of ways away. I think it was the reason he didn't choose that event was because it supposedly he didn't have a proper vantage point or something.
So yeah,
and it's interesting that they knew that he had scouted other events so like immediately. If you knew that he was scouting other events, then why did you not know he was planning a mass shooting? Like, how did you go about finding so much information so fast?
Yeah, well, and I don't know. I can't remember exactly how fast that information came out, but there was also a lot of like just put information out before we actually even knew what was going on.
Well, they had all the information they were releasing about the Ogden, because that Life is Beautiful was across the street. He had rented multiple rooms at that place, and they overlapped the Mandalay Bay rooms. And some of the searches that he was doing were for like children's museums and, the Mob Museum and just different things like that. Mm-hmm. And to me, it sounds like some guy that was just at the Ogden and was going to have a bunch of family and friends come. So he rented a bunch of rooms, and somehow he got caught up in this over at the Mandalay Bay. And it never really made sense, but it's like, I didn't know why he would have so many rooms at the Ogden unless he was housing up either a bunch of family and friends or these people that we think are maybe the foreknowledge people. That's where they were stored.
See, I kind of think that he was probably doing jobs for the feds for a long time, and that's probably how he went from accountant and like postal worker, whatever, working for the post office to all of a sudden owning these freaking apartment complexes and stuff like that. So I don't know if you guys, I'm sure you guys remember, he took a one-way flight to like the Phoenix area and rented a van and drove around town for like a couple hours before heading back up to Mesquite or Vegas and turning the van back in.
Truth in you, Owen didn't give the video to Live Leaks. They snatched it. Didn't you have it on Facebook or something? And then Live Leaks snatched it?
I went through a bunch of trouble trying to get Live Leaks to take it down, but I never got any response. The only person I ever gave this video to was the news at the gas station the day I was leaving the next morning. I personally transferred it to one of the guy there's laptops, and that's the only person I ever gave the video to, other than y'all.
Did you ever have it on your Facebook?
No.
So that
media, I thought it was on your Facebook, and LiveLeak snatched it from there.
That media guy or somebody who had access to his computer uploaded it to LiveLeaks then.
Yeah, I don't know the 100% of how or where it ended up on Live Links, but I went through a lot of trouble trying to get all of them to take it down. Obviously, it didn't work, but I tried.
Well, yeah, you took a lot of grief from some of the family members of people that were in the video that were really upset about it.
Yeah, I tried to reach out to every family member that I could find. We took a lot of time trying to find all these the people who we could identify, and I met with Chris Royball's mother, told her my entire story, hugged her, cried with her. She expressed her anger at me, and I expressed, something I could never take back. I've talked to her multiple times since then. I can't apologize enough.
Yeah, that's kind of sad, because that's the thing, the victims' families, it's like we're all digging in, researching, and trying to find the truth and stuff, and it's like they don't want to see it. I know that his mom's in some of our Facebook groups, and she had shared the thing about, him hearing gunshots at 3 or 4 in the afternoon that day. But other than that, she hasn't shared a whole lot in those groups, but she's in them. So I think she keeps up with, updates on what people find, but she doesn't really comment.
Well, and that's like that whole family situation with Chris is really weird too, because there's like disputes between his ex or his wife that apparently he was leaving and the mom, and it's just not a good situation altogether. So
right,
yeah.
Oh no, I know she's been put to the ringer. What Dean said, EDM was what I was thinking of when I was thinking of the Speedway. Yeah, it's Las Vegas Speedway. That's what I was. That's my look at.
Yeah, so Life is Beautiful is the one that he apparently scouted the week before.
It was across from the Ogden.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, and the thing is that the Life is Beautiful festival was like twice the amount of people. And so when my uncle picked us up that night, he was saying like, we just had Life is Beautiful last weekend. Like, I'm surprised that this didn't take place there because there's like twice the amount of people. It's huge, right? And I just kept remembering him. He kept saying like, this is going to change everything in this town. It's going to be crazy.
Well, yeah, I think in the town they just wanted to cover it up so people would still go there and gamble.
Right. I don't think he knew the extent that they would go to do that. But, in his perspective that night was like everything was going to change. Because he's a DJ. He DJs parties, like at clubs, all kinds of stuff. And so, the type of event that got targeted is real similar to how he makes his money,
Rick, how many people do you think were actually in the venue during the shooting? I know that's been addressed in some other
Someone
people's
asked that
videos.
question earlier. I don't know. It's really hard for me to estimate. I'm not an expert at that. I think it was a pretty crowded venue at the time. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was 20,000 people there, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was less than that by 25% too. So,
Well, I honestly, I've been to a lot of football games, and I'm not an expert estimator at all, but I have seen how they kind of measure crowds. If you wanted to try to measure it by square footage and things, and I think that there was probably only about 10,000 actually right there. Uh, you know, probably another 1,000 or so scattered amongst workers. You got to think about all the other people working in the background too. But to be honest, I really don't think there was more than 12,000 people inside that fenced-in area.
you
I
might
think
be
that the
right,
22,000 number.
I would be, I would have to look into estimating crowd sizes and see, look at an overhead shot. But it's not something that I've done.
Yeah, I think that they make their estimation on the amount of people coming in and out total. Some people didn't go every night. I know a lot of the people that was with us, they didn't even go to see Jason Aldean because he was going to be performing the next weekend here. And so they didn't even go. And so you don't really count those people
Lucky assholes
per se as the people that were there during the shooting. They may have passed through the venue over the weekend, but it's not 22,000 people clustered into one little fenced-in area.
Right. I mean, yeah, I would want to go back to the CCTV video, and then I could do like a square footage measurement of the crowd size, and then I could probably get a better idea of how many people I thought were there. I'll send you a picture right now.
I saw somebody do that.
I don't know exactly when this picture was taken, but to me, if the crowd looked anything like this, that's a crap ton of people. I'll send it over to you real quick. Hold on.
I watched a video of a guy doing those kind of measurements or whatnot, and that's the only reason I came up with the number I did. Is I some reason I recall doing it myself, and I think I based it on the CCTV video when the lights came on and kind of looked at where people were. The only thing that I couldn't really assess with the measurements I did was the people in the back, because there were a good bit of people way back in the back on those back bleachers that sat in the seating at the area you could set up chairs. So those kind of people, I'm a little question mark on, because you can't really tell how crowded in and packed they are. You can only really see that front big area.
But like that picture that I sent you, I don't know if you can see it. Like, to me, that looks like a really full venue, and that's a big area that you can see just right there, and it's not the whole crowd, that looks like a ton of people.
So about, I'd say 20, 25 yards to the right of your picture, where that little middle area ended.
Right.
There's a big gap right there in between those people and the seated people in the back.
Right. There's like people that had like lawn chair seating behind there.
Yeah. So, and just in that picture right there that you see, I mean, you're looking at 10, 12, 15,000 people probably. I mean, it could be anywhere in there. And then if you included those people in that back seating area, that's a big question mark, I mean, who knows?
Right, because there was also the other stages and food areas and vendors. So, it's really hard to say.
Yeah, it is hard to say. But where people get hung up on is that 22,000 number. That's just the number that they put out of the amount of people that pass through the gates and back out of the gates.
Yeah, that's well, in fact, they actually don't even have numbers of passed out of the gates because so many people exited different ways that night, Yeah,
you're right. I meant like over the weekend. Like, it's an estimation of the weekend.
Well, but I would assume they reset the gate counters each night and then add totals, for the weekend. I'm sure they do, in fact. So I'm sure at some point during the concert that day, approximately 22,000 people entered, but we don't know how many people left before.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I meant. I'm sorry. That's what I meant. The counter that when you go in and out, because you can't go in twice with those bands. You can go in and out, but you couldn't go in twice. Like you couldn't sneak your wristband over to somebody,
right,
and them come in.
I heard there was about approximately 7,500 people that night.
Yeah, I mean,
and 22,000 people the whole weekend.
No, there's no way there's no way there was only 7,500 people that night or any night really. Especially, I just remember what night was it that Eric Church played? Was that Friday or Saturday night? Do you remember, Owen?
I think he was the first headliner.
Yeah, so I think that must have been Friday night then. There had to have been 15,000 people in the front area of the concert that night. It was so crowded. It was one of those unruly crowds that you just can't control. You're getting pushed around. It was insane that first night.
Yeah. I mean, I every night was pretty packed, but I mean, you're talking about fluctuating numbers in between 15 and 18,000. I mean, you really see those other 3,000 people. Everybody takes one step forward. Now all of a sudden the crowd's 18,000.
Well, on Sunday night, that one guy who was doing that video, or was taking video, what do they call tall ace of spades or whatever.
Yeah.
Where he was standing, it looked kind of empty. It didn't look very crowded where he was at. If you look around,
the guy in the back.
Yeah.
Tall Ace of Spades is the one where you see the people start running before the gunshots. It's that video.
I got you. Yeah.
About.
Right.
I wish you could share Rick's picture right here because if you could see this picture, just along the edges of the picture, it does start to thin out because they keep these areas open. Like you'll see these little pylons, and they keep those areas open for people to pass around. Move. So it does. Where that guy was standing is honestly where I normally stand to watch all these music festivals. I always stand in the back. I never go down front. The only reason I went down front this time is because my mom happened to have like a epic spot, like 5 feet from the fence. So why not? Yeah, there's the picture. Can you zoom in on it?
I don't know if I can. I can try here. It's not going to be great quality, but you can see. I mean, that is a crap ton of people.
Yeah, and if you go to your bottom right at that tip, from about that little cone right there to the left to that right, that's where that walk area is always in between the VIP, where they can sit out on their little lawn. Right. In between the VIP right there, there's an alleyway. So yeah, when you're standing on the other side of that alleyway. Yeah, it looks like it's thinned out. I mean, there's not a fence packed.
So, Owen, you were like right here where my cursor is, somewhere in this.
So area. I was. If you go to your right,
you were over here.
Go to your right. Right. I was right at the end of the catwalk.
Oh, you were.
Like when you walked out on the catwalk, like I was right there.
Like right here.
No,
somewhere.
Right there.
Okay, and I was like over
I was right
here. And so
yeah, we placed us on the map that one time.
Yeah,
you were in a really bad area.
But so just so the people are watching, so there's AstroTurf that you can't see in this picture, but it's approximately like this, and then over here, and then it does the same thing on the other side.
Makes a little half moon shape.
And so the AstroTurf, like I was on the AstroTurf over here, you were near the end of the catwalk, but like all these people over here, they're standing off of that AstroTurf. So it's a pretty crowded point right here during this picture. I don't know when this picture exactly was taken, but I would be surprised if 22,000 people or 22,000 entrants the whole weekend. Including, if people pass through the gates more than once, they got counted more than once, that wouldn't make sense to me at all. If we're talking about 22,000 individual entrants, then yeah, I could see that.
I could see the attendance being 22,000, and I could see a good, 7,000-8,000 people that half of them left and didn't even see the end, and half of them bounced back and forth in and out.
Right.
Show the other video. There's nothing in the other video. It really is. The only thing that you would see in the other video is another reason to be mad at me.
I was almost off the AstroTurf when the guy in front of me got shot. So I wasn't on the AstroTurf long enough to see lots of blood on the AstroTurf. So that would have to be an Owen thing. And I think from his video, it's pretty clear he saw lots of blood on the AstroTurf.
I definitely did. A lot of people thought that the blood was fake, I guess. But if you know anything about blood, when it's heavily oxygenated and it actually comes out, it does look bright red like that. I mean, especially when you're talking about arterial blood, not just a little scratch on your arm. It's going to look like that.
Let's see. Yeah, and people also have to remember it was dark. There wasn't a lot of light. Like, the video quality is not going to be good in those situations. Your phone camera is great, but it's not that great. Like, phone cameras have come a long way, but we're also talking about. Do you remember what phone you had at the time, Owen?
S7.
Okay, so you had an iPhone S7. Yeah.
No, Samsung.
Oh, Samsung S7.
Actually, to be honest, the original of the video is probably better quality than the phone I got right now. I feel like cameras. I feel like that's a scam. My camera feels like it's getting worse every day, but it was extremely clear quality. And I also think that could be a factor that makes people think that it wasn't real, is how good quality it was.
Right. So
So
Live Leak might have killed some of the quality, or when they uploaded it, they might not have uploaded a full quality version of it.
Every time it changes, the quality just.
That's the other thing. Yeah. If you capture a video, not a video download, but if you capture a video like directly off of YouTube and upload it, if you do that 30 times, you're going to lose so much quality in that video.
Yeah, it loses quality each time.
Every time it's transferred, it goes down a pixel.
Did you guys see any fog machines anywhere?
I didn't. Did you all?
Yes, there's always fog machines. Yeah.
Maybe on stage.
On stage.
Yeah, not in the crowd or anything like that, right? I don't recall seeing any fog machines off stage.
No, not that I can remember.
Yeah, I wasn't considering the stage as part of that question.
I wouldn't even thought about it if I wouldn't. It didn't happen to be like right there.
Yeah.
I remember smelling that fake fog smell.
Yeah, it has like a sweet smell to it. It's weird.
Do you remember what the location near the stage was? Truthy is trying to compare this up to a video he's got.
Do I remember?
They moved. I think they moved them. I think that, every set, they set it up how they want it. Sometimes they'll have sometimes they have the smoke coming out from like behind the drummer. Sometimes they'll have it like right down front in front of everybody.
Right. Like, I remember Big and Rich had like their own thing going on stage with like a screen. They did definitely change it, especially for the bigger sets.
Yeah. Some people use those fog machines with their lighting. And some people use like laser sometimes, and they need those, that fog.
Awakened Angel wants to know if you guys saw any drones or what your thought on any drone activity, possibly.
There's always one drone. They do it, I think, for promotional reasons. But yes, I did see one drone, and almost every concert I go to, there's one drone that flies over for a little while, films some stuff, and then
I remember hearing the buzzing of a drone like throughout the weekend over our heads. during the shooting, I don't recall, of course, but obviously I wasn't paying attention to that. So my guess is if said drone operator wasn't aware this was going to happen, they probably got out of there too and brought the drone with them. I don't know.
And their film never showed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see the drone during Aldine's shoot. I saw it probably when you saw it earlier in the day. But I actually don't remember seeing one during his set. I didn't look, but I don't remember.
It depends on what they were doing with the drone. If they were just making promotional video for like future concerts, they might not have even been flying it once it got too dark, So it just depends. I'm not sure.
Double K, don't compare them to Mike Turber at all. These guys have been researching for almost 3 years, and they were at the event. So it's not like they know everything just because they're like Mike Turber. That's a huge insult.
No, we don't know everything. We just know a lot of things.
What are your thoughts on helicopters?
Gosh, I wish Xander was on here with us right now. Okay, so I will say that I'm sure a lot of people here have researched the helicopters and kind of what happened, but here's the weird things, right? That number one, my wife was immediately traumatized by the sound of helicopters. It wasn't something that I remembered from that night, but it was something that she remembered. She felt like there was constantly helicopters circling overhead. The next thing is just from the public radar data, right? So 3 helicopters that are Maverick helicopters disappear behind Mandalay Bay. They probably either went behind the roof line or they turned their transponders off or what have you, because they're in S mode transponders. It's not normal just ground to surface radar. It's actually transponder, or surface to air radar, I should say. So they kind of they disappear from the radar feed, right? But then we see, I think it's at 10:05 or 10:06, we see a group of helicopters take off from Maverick, and 2 of those 3 helicopters that disappeared take off with them. I mean, you can see them leave on the transponder mode from the Maverick helicopter base at McCarran Airport, right by the Harley-Davidson dealership. And they fly up during the shooting like they're doing a normal strip tour like they do all day long. And one of the 3, the one that didn't take off with them, all of a sudden reappears on the transponders where you can see him. It's like he merges in with this other group of 7 or 8 helicopters. I can't remember the exact number. And they make this loop around, and all the helicopters that took off from Maverick go back and land at Maverick, just like a normal helicopter tour around the strip. But that one that appears to have merged during the flight with them that also disappeared behind Mandalay Bay instead goes like 2.5 miles to the west and lands in an empty field. And you can see all this on public radar data. And so that's just super fishy. Why would that helicopter disappear? Why would it go land anywhere other than the Maverick base? It's got a Maverick call sign on its transponder. I'd have to go back and look at my research or my notes. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock at night. I'd have to go back and look at my notes to figure out exactly what the tail number was. But it makes no sense why this helicopter would just go land in an empty field unless something weird was going on. So just that alone makes me feel like helicopters were involved in some way. My wife and our other friends feeling like helicopters were hovering overhead. The weirdness of how it seemed like the shots were changing location sometimes. All these things make me feel like, helicopters may have been involved. I don't think I've never seen any definitive proof where I'm like, that's definitely shooting coming from a helicopter. But I don't know that you would see it, especially if, let's say, for example, that they were using subsonic ammo and suppressors. You wouldn't necessarily see it. So even if they were using not subsonic ammo and suppressors, you definitely wouldn't see it, and you probably wouldn't hear it because of the way the sound travels from the sonic boom. So, it's to me, I think it's probable that helicopters were involved. I definitely think there was something fishy going on regarding helicopters.
Xander's here. Xander, do you want to come on? I can send you the link on Facebook if you do.
Thumper, transponders can actually be manually turned on and off. It's illegal to do so in certain airspace. which McCarran is airspace where they're not supposed to turn their transponders on and off. But they can also be blocked by buildings. So if you're too low and the transponder receiver can't get that signal from line of sight, then it'll appear like the transponder was turned off.
I actually, sorry. I actually think that subsonic ammo and suppressors are a very good possibility, only because some of the people I saw shot, it just didn't look like 223 shots, and it also looked very, for lack of a better term, like clean shots, like medium range, defined entry exit. Not just just didn't add up, till after the fact. So, I mean, if you've ever heard some of these subsonic ammo with suppressors, you realize how easily that you wouldn't be able to hear that or find out where that was coming from.
Right. So common subsonic rounds, rifle rounds are like 300 blackout. Pistol rounds are 9mm 45. You can easily buy subsonic ammo in those calibers. There's others as well, but those are probably the most common. So it's definitely something that is doable, that could happen. And subsonic rounds, what a lot of people don't realize is, so there's two bangs generated from a gun. It's the rapid expansion of the gas. That's what suppressors help with. And then it's the breaking of the sound barrier, the sonic barrier. Right. So if you're using subsonic ammo and a good suppressor, you can actually shoot some rounds and they're very quiet.
A good example would be to YouTube a 22 with an oil can suppressor, and you'd be blown away at how quiet that thing is.
I need to address something in the chat. Double K wants to come on. I've been very patient with the people in the chat that think that the whole event was fake, and I'm not comfortable putting Double K up on the thing so that he can ask you guys questions. So no offense, Double K. Nobody's timed you out or kicked you out of here. You've been very respectful, but the questions you ask, I'm not going to let you come on here and beat these guys up. It's been 3 years. Everybody's been researching, and Owen and Rick have been reluctant to go public too much with stuff. Rick did early on. Owen's kind of kept a low profile. So they're finally willing to come on and talk and be open to answer everybody's questions. But I just think that if I put Double K on, he would beat you guys up. So I'm not going to put him on Crisis Cast or Double K. No offense, but quit asking.
I mean, if you want to ask the questions in bold, we can go through them. I mean, just whatever questions you have.
I think we've been pretty much answering. I've tried to answer every question that I see that I don't miss, and so we've answered a lot of questions from Double K and Crisis Cast tonight, and I'm welcome. I'll answer more, but I'm not scared of any questions for sure.
No, definitely not scared of any questions. I mean, here's the deal. If you think that we're scared to answer questions, why would we even be on here? I mean, I could, if I wanted to, I could have kept my low profile and stayed anonymous for the rest of my life. I mean, there was no way anybody other than the people on this chat right now would have been able to identify me. So, I mean, the fact that we're out here means that we're willing to answer questions. We want to find the truth just like everybody else. If you want to help find the truth, ask away. But if you're just, being pessimistic about the entire event, you're wasting your breath.
See, Double K, your point is that you want to come on to destroy these guys, and they're on here telling you what they saw, what they heard. They're not narrative pushers in any way at all. They don't believe the narrative. And you're so set in the fact that you think everything's fake.
I mean, I'm not sure how you think you destroy us. What is there to destroy?
Right.
everybody's
First
just
of all,
looking for the truth.
First of all, it's not a competition. Second of all, I mean, you can believe whatever you want to believe. If you think this event didn't happen, it's all set up. You can believe that. But, please link me, show me any evidence that is convincing that proves without a doubt that this thing didn't happen. I was there. I was there with my wife. We were there with 3 other friends. One of our friends had a condition. She was so traumatized, she was having multiple seizures a day and she died from it. Okay. This happened. It was real. And I can say that with all the conviction in the world,
I mean, these guys aren't saying that there wasn't some fake weird stuff mixed in, but it's like it was a real shooting. And I think that people in the chat,
real people died. Real blood was on the ground. I have real blood on my clothes that I still have vacuum sealed. I'll go get them in the other room and show them on my camera if you'd like. I don't mind. If you'd like to take a piece of them and test it, I'm all for that. I would love for this to come back to be something other than real blood, because, man, imagine what that would do to this entire investigation if what we have thought was happening was proven to be something fishy. I mean, ain't that why we're here?
Thank you, Discerning Light. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I think that is why we're here, is to find the truth, right? And honestly, this is Kathy's channel, and she can do what she wants to do. But KK, I already put my personal information out there. You've seen my face. Come find me. Let's have a conversation. Record it if you want. I don't really care.
I mean, I've been on TV multiple times now, and I've had people thinking that, or one that not thinking, but attacking my integrity for actually showing empathy and actually trying to reach out to other survivors and mourn with them. That doesn't mean that anything was fake. I mean, and it doesn't mean that if I was trying to keep a low profile, I wouldn't have been on like some kind of TV or something like that. I mean, nobody knew who I was until I said who I was. So I think I did a pretty good job. And I wasn't trying to make that, a staple point. My staple point is to find the truth. If the truth involves some, something fishy, then I want to find that out. We're not cowards. We're not trying to hide anything. I'd actually like if you just brought them on and let us talk to them. I mean, I don't really care. I don't know how Rick feels about it, but I don't care.
I don't think it'd be I don't think the audience would enjoy it. I think that I love Double K. He's always welcome in here, but to bring him on when you two are on here, he 100% thinks everything is false.
Honestly, I'd like to do it in a different setting, and I'm welcome to it. But I honestly feel like if you let him in here right now, all he's going to do is talk over everyone.
Right.
And it's just going to ruin this cast. I'd like to do it in a separate thing, Owen. Not that I'm afraid to do it. I just don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be good. I don't think he's going to let anybody else talk.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I mean, on second thought, it really do a disservice to this entire thing if you're just trying to talk over people.
Well, yeah, you guys are open to some fakery, but not 100% fakery.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, if we were,
no, I mean, I know that.
Go ahead, Owen.
I just was saying that I know that the people that I tried to help were injured, in trouble, dying, and my mother started multiple IVs on people that night. Needles.
To the people in the chat that are moderators, if you want, you can time out people, but don't block anybody.
I'd love to bring.
Yeah, Xander. Hey, thanks for coming. I'm sorry, Owen's breaking up. I hope I don't end up talking over him here. But thanks for coming, Xander, man. Good to see you, even if it's just on the chat, brother.
Yeah, to Xander, let us know when you're available, because I'd like to have all three of you on, too. Just a little background. Someone had said earlier that
I'll get my internet situation.
Yeah, Owen's internet's acting up for sure. He's way delayed right now.
Well, someone had asked earlier if said that I was coaching you guys, and I just wanted to let them know that it's like Xander, Rick, Owen, and there's larger group of us, but it's like we've been in a research team since the beginning of this. So that's why we all kind of know each other's stories. So nobody's coaching each other. It's just that we've already gone over all this ourselves in our other groups. We've got Facebook groups and messenger groups where we've gone over a lot of this. So I just didn't like someone earlier said that I was coaching you guys.
Yeah, no, that's...
Yeah, we got like 10 gigs of information about this thing from day one. Like we've got folders that I've had to download and re-download and send. Like there's so much information. We could spend 20 shows going over all the research we've done.
Right now in our Dropbox folder, the stuff that we still have room for in Dropbox is 3 gigabytes of stuff. And we had to take out a bunch of videos and all kinds of stuff just because we were running out of space.
I know. Yeah. It got full fast.
So we all have those.
Have Dropbox?
Yeah, we have a Dropbox where we've collaborated on a bunch of stuff.
Oh, I need to see that.
Oh, I don't think you can have a link to that. That's a secret. That's a secret. Only the 3 of us and Owen's girlfriend, I think, have the password to. It's our secret stash.
I have control of that.
But we do go there when we need to quickly pull something out because it's organized.
Yeah, no, I'm in it right now. So if we want to see something, I can pull it up and share my screen.
Oh yeah, that's actually great. Oh, I'll tell you what. Let me upload the pictures of my clothing and stuff from that night, and you could actually show that. I mean,
send them to me
that was like a big interest.
Dropbox will be slower. Just send them to me on Facebook.
All right, give me just a second.
And then
Let me
Rick
get
can
my phone.
screen share.
Yeah, I gotta grab a beer too.
I did too. I'm like, I'm thirsty. I need a beer for this.
Yeah, I agree, Dean. It's like we can get more information from Rick and Owen if they're not constantly having to defend themselves that this wasn't completely fake. And it's like we're spending a lot of time trying to convince 4 people in the chat instead of, everybody else in the chat's interested in other things that you guys might have to say. So I say we let the total, go ahead and show the close, but I think we should just let this total conversation that's kind of taken over the last hour of you guys even trying to prove that it was a real event. It's like the majority of the people that are researching this know that it was real.
Yeah,
we just know there's a lot of fuckery involved.
For sure. So Dean's like, yeah, let's move on. I agree, Dean. You know what's going to help us too is if you guys can, if there's any questions or anything you want us to go back over, let us know too, because conversations are organic, right? They just kind of move where they move. So once we get going one way, it's hard to redirect unless we have some help sometimes. Xander, yeah, thank you, man. I wish that our government complied with the rules and we could get that FOIA request filled.
Well, we had Xander on, gosh, it was probably 6 months ago. He did a live with us and went over all the FAA stuff. But we've also got a lot of new people, that have started doing YouTube that weren't there before. So it'd be nice to get Xander on here again sometime to talk about that.
Sauer, I have not heard anything recently about Paddock's brothers. And I agree, Kathy. And I can actually kind of go over that. I'm pretty familiar with it. That Xander's the lead on that for sure, but I'm fairly familiar with what's going on. And essentially, because of the really strange things that happen, the anomalies on the publicly available flight radar data, we requested bit by bit tower data, which is not available publicly from the McCarran Airport Tower. So basically, we want to be able to see the radar data to see if there's anything that we can tell from it. And so, gosh, it's got to be 2 years ago now. We made a FOIA request for that data, and it was denied. And so then we revised the FOIA request, and then they denied it, citing ongoing FBI investigation. And then
after the case was closed.
No, that was originally ongoing FBI investigation. And so then once the FBI put out their final report, we resubmitted the FOIA request, and they came back and said, well, now the FBI needs a year to review the data before we can release that. And it's been like 16 or 17 months from that time now, I believe. And still here we are, and they haven't fulfilled our FOIA request. So to me, that's telling in and of itself. why would you not release that data if there was
What are they
not something to
hiding?
hide, right? Like, and so that's very strange. I even reached out to, there's a guy that's very, very big in the gun world, and he has sued the government multiple times for FOIA requests, and he wins all the time. And he's, if anybody's familiar, the biggest gun forum in the world is AR15.com. It's also known as ARFCOM for short. And he goes by Nolo Contendere on that forum. And so you can look him up. He's also looked into this situation.
He's got a bunch of videos. He's an attorney, I thought.
Yeah,
he's got a bunch of videos. Yeah. I'm subscribed to his YouTube channel. He actually had some body cams that were different than the ones we were getting. So I had sent a removable hard drive to LVMPD to get. It cost me like $50 for the hard drive, but the sergeant sent me the whole set. I've got like the entire set of every body cam ever released because we wanted to know if there was any different ones on there. So we've been going through all of those, me and Las Vegas Shooting Archive, to see if there's any more on my data drive than what he got on his data drive, because he was actually picking them up each week.
Right. Okay, I'm going to share my screen real quick to just put this
thing
to rest here.
I'm trying to find the picture that we took right before going in. Like everybody got ready, they all looked nice, took a picture. I think it's on Izzy's phone, but you can see from these are the clothes. I took this picture like 2 or 3 days ago. The other day or actually it was last week when we were talking about it. That's the jeans and shirt that I had on. Same jeans and shirt that I have on here. I mean, I know you're looking at the back of them, but I got the front of them in another picture. I'd have to see if my girlfriend has it, and I could share that. I guess maybe later time. But my stuff's still vacuum sealed. If you want to take it, there's a gigantic blood spot on the right shoulder. There was blood all down the pants leg. I had blood all over my hands. Like, you can take that and test it if you'd like. I would be totally open to that.
These are folded up so you can't see everything, but you can see right here, this appears to be blood right here where I'm circling with my crosshair or with my cursor crosshair. So, and then there's the other side of it. And that's a picture of the back of Owen wearing the same clothes that we're seeing here. So light jeans, dark shirt, right? So,
I mean, I'll show you one more that I had taken of my hand when I got back to the room, and you can see the jeans on this picture. You'll be able to, you see the jeans down by my leg that have blood all over them and on my hands. I just sent it to you.
Yeah.
I mean, you see the blood on my jeans and on my hand and the wristband right there. I could even share you the video that I took like one song before the shooting happened.
Am I supposed to be changing pictures here? Oh, you're just sliding.
I did it. Yeah, no, I'm doing it. So yeah, I mean, we can't really go much deeper in. I mean, if we were prepared to just present, here's all the evidence that shows we were there and this happened, we could prepare for something like that, right? But I think that's enough for most reasonable people. That's, I don't know what to say if obviously we didn't go to the concert that night to make sure we collected evidence to prove we were there,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I know I rarely even take pictures of myself. That's why I kind of have problem finding a picture of me, because I just, my girlfriend, she's the one on the phone, video and picture and everything. I'm usually just there.
Okay, so real quick, Dean asked, does the book support the FBI gun deal gone bad? It actually supports a little bit different theory, but it doesn't necessarily address Paddock's relationship with the feds, at least not yet at this point, not to the point that I'm at. It might, but I'm not sure. 911, Angel, when I was moving through the dirt lot area, did I find bullets striking in that area? I don't believe I saw any bullet strikes at that time. Now, something that's interesting is I'd have to go back and find it, but if you guys remember, I said when I exited the concert venue, I ducked behind that police cruiser, and Mandalay Bay was like to my 5 or 5:30, almost 6 o'clock, almost directly behind me. And then all of a sudden, I heard the three bursts to my right, to like my 3 o'clock position. And then, a year later, or whenever LVMPD released all their documents, there's actually a written police report that they recovered a magazine on the ground right there and shell casings. Right about the area where I heard those shots, I think, come from. Now, this is, of course, it doesn't affect their conclusion at all, but it's just like this random thing that you can find in a written police report from that night.
Michelle Frost wants to know why you saved your clothes.
For this exact reason. Why not? I felt like of 20-something thousand people, nobody else was saving those clothes. I definitely wasn't going to wear them again. I was going to even save, the boots, but they were actually covered in blood, and I just kind of threw those away. But yeah, I mean, as confused as everybody was that night, like I felt like saving anything that I could save. I felt like if what weird stuff was going on, blood on the clothes. I mean, I got covered in blood on my shoulder. So my first thought was, well, I mean, if this is real blood or isn't real blood, that might be something that will be crossed in a bridge later down the road on something like this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kathy. I would say that honestly, I saved my wristband. I saved things from that night. It's just a really weird thing to go through. And also, we didn't know where this investigation was going to go either, right? So I didn't want to destroy anything that might end up being useful evidence later on as well, right? So I'm sure Owen probably felt that way as well, right? So it's just honestly, until you go through something like this, you really don't understand like the weird emotions and the weird mental thought process that goes through your head. Like, and you're just not normal. 100%. Like I've never done anything like this that week because Kim died, right? And so I went to a local business called Boot Barn to buy black jeans for her funeral, and I backed my car into this big giant pylon, like the big round cement things, and then there's a light pole out of the middle. I backed my car into it because you're just not normal, It's just, it plays weird tricks on you.
Yep, you don't even think about like what, like me and my girlfriend have literally freaked out and had panic attacks in the fucking Walmart because we thought, looking around at people, that people were looking at us, and we thought like something's about to go down. And literally just passing people in Walmart and seeing the way they're looking at you, and it almost never happens, but when it does happen, you know it, and you know that feeling, and you know how that, like I said before, I pray to God I'm never in another shooting like this, but if I was, there's no telling how I would react then, because you're not even going to react the same way you did the first time.
If I was ever in a shooting like that again, I think my first reaction would be motherfucker. Like, I cannot believe this bullshit's happening again. I think that would be like, honest to God, my first reaction. Like, I would be pissed off.
Yeah, me and my girlfriend, I could just see it right now. We'd look at each other in the eyes and be like, well, I mean, we might as well play the lottery now.
Well, sad
and I was
to
going to
say,
say this one more picture. This is a picture next morning, like 8 o'clock, 7 a.m. When we ran into that news station. This is actually from that.
I can just describe this. This is just Owen wearing an Alabama hat, and it says Owen Cersei witness in like the news text on the bottom. It's like just the next day on the news.
Yeah.
I don't need to share my screen for that. But,
if we weren't there, then why would we stop and do an interview with a news station in the middle of a gas station? Nowhere,
Right.
Nevada.
Dean, the 30 round AR magazine, actually, I believe if I remember correctly, the police report mentions that it's like a pistol caliber casing that they find. And that makes sense because what I heard sounded a lot quicker, like a pistol caliber submachine gun versus an AR, which is not quite as fast. And when a sound is, or when a gunshot is close to you, there's a really big difference between a pistol caliber and a rifle caliber. Rifle caliber is much more concussive and it has that staccato to it. And so it makes total sense to what I remember hearing. And, I'd have to go back and find that actual written police report. And there's a ton of pages to go through to find it, but it exists and you can find it.
Yeah,
you can totally feel a rifle.
So many PDFs. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say you can totally feel the concussion of an AR like in your chest when it's close by.
Owen, can you tell the story again? Someone just asked the story you told the other night about the girl you were helping over the fence and you thought maybe something was in her hand because it felt cold dripping on you.
The one girl that I did grab over the fence, that was one of the moments. Like there's a lot of different like weird burned in moments from that night. And that was definitely one of those weird burned in moments where, girl comes to me. Actually, I'll share Rick, the video, not the video, but the picture of me grabbing people over the fence. And it was right after this that this happened. And this girl came up to me. She reached out to me like she needed, help getting over the fence. And I felt my shoulder get wet. And immediately feeling your shoulder get wet, like somebody busted a water balloon on you, it struck me like, what is that? I stuck my hand under my shirt and I felt to see if I felt like I had been shot, and realized that that it was just my shoulder wet. And when I looked back down, I don't even know which girl it was that I had just grabbed and pulled over the fence. I'm grabbing one, as fast as I can grab people and just laying them down next to me and telling them to run that way and get onto the stage. So I don't even know which one it was. I don't know how, it happened. She got me wet. I don't know exactly how the process of her coming to me ended up with my shoulder wet. I mean, if you try to normalize, like Rick was saying earlier, you want to normalize things. You felt like maybe she had been shot through the chest, and the action of grabbing me and me picking her up and squeezing her as I'm picking her up could have expunged blood onto my shoulder. Who knows? It was weird. And that's also one thing that played heavily into the fact that I wanted to keep those clothes and keep them preserved best I could, because that was one of those moments where I'm like, man, how did my shoulder get wet? Was she shot in it, or did she get shot right as she jumped into my arms? Like, I don't know that. But that's kind of what played into my thought process there.
I was just addressing some of the questions I text while you were talking. Yeah.
Oh yeah, well you answer. Yeah, your answers when you type it, it pops up like right as I read. I'm reading it, so I'll get my internet figured out by the next video, and we won't be talking delayed.
Honestly, your story that you just told about the cold liquid, that could have been anything really, right? I mean, she could have been holding a drink, or one could have already been spilled on her during the chaos. It's a good chance it wasn't blood at all, right?
No, actually, hers was a little bit different scenario than I think. I don't know if I told the story about another victim that I was trying to help, but hers did feel warm, lukewarm. Now, and you're right, it could have been like a drink or anything, but it was red. and it was on a black shirt, but when I touched it with my hand was red. So what? And it actually smelled like blood. I don't know
So
if
it
you've ever
wasn't a
smelled a
drink.
lot of blood.
When was
A
this?
lot of blood. The picture I just sent you.
That's when that happened. So as people were still getting over the
Yeah.
catwalk.
Yes, yes. So as I was grabbing people and pulling them over right there, that's when my shoulder got wet, and I don't know if it was someone who had been shot and it just squeezed blood on me, or if she actually put something on me. But it was blood. It's like if you had a lot of blood, it has a real distinct like irony
Smells
smell,
like metal. Yeah.
metal. Yeah, and that's what it was. But what I would be curious to find out is what it is. I mean, I feel like it's blood, but at the same time, like I'm open to the idea that maybe it wasn't. There's obviously was blood all over my jeans and on my boots and on my hands. To think that something was different was on my shoulder would be like, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I think blood that exits the body under certain circumstances can cool pretty quickly, depending on like how much of it and how spread out it is and what surface it's on and breeze and things like that. But obviously, blood that's still in contact with the body or still in a hole, like T is asking about the hole in the head, that's going to stay warm a lot longer. It's hard to say, but I think
Yeah,
it could be.
She had blood all over. She had blood all in her hair, and I don't know if you ever had your head busted open, but blood in your hair does tend to stay a little warmer until a breeze. If it.
Well, and then also in your hair, depending on how much it is, it turns crusty real fast because your hair spreads it out.
Yes, it's thick and it's sticky. It coagulates.
Yeah, really quick because it thins it and spreads it out, and so it dries up very quickly.
Now, that's why Michelle asking if I didn't know if it was blood or not. I am 99.9% sure it's blood. I always like to keep the open door of any other options. The only reason I say that is because I am a sorry, Kathy, but truth seeker. And to
stealing my name.
To try to try to find the truth, and you must be open to the possibility that what you think isn't what happened. You got to be open to every possibility, otherwise then you're eliminating possible truths. So what I think it was is blood, but that's why I was addressing the other person about they want to test the clothes. Send me an address, give me a text message, tell me hey, send me that piece of that shirt. I'll send it. I don't mind. If you'll actually send it to a lab and get it tested and we can find out, I'm
right.
open to
I
that.
mean, honestly, that's one of those things, though. And like, if you tested all of your clothes, like, what if we found samples on your clothes that some was blood and some wasn't, even though it all looked like blood, right? That would prove the theory there that there was multiple things going on.
Yeah, and what my mind also has tried to cross the bridge of is, what if we tested my clothes and they came back positive for gunshot residue?
Right, that would be perfect too, right? Like,
I was right down there in the thick of it. Like, if man, imagine if the jeans came back with some gunshot residue on it when this happened all the way up in a building. That didn't happen.
Yeah. So, I mean, honestly, I wonder what something like that would cost, because it would be interesting to get your clothes tested. And get, tested by some kind of independent lab and thoroughly document it, because it would be nice to have those results, because these questions are going to come up forever. Right. So, it would just be nice to do it.
I'm down. I told him, I mean, if you guys know any place, I just never thought to look it up, but if you know any ideas, I don't mind taking the clothes down there and letting them test them.
Yeah.
What I've
Angel,
always been worried about is, sorry. What I've
it's
always been worried
okay.
about is to get them tested with the predetermination that you're testing something from Route 91. I want to get it independently tested in a manner that, like, it's random. Hey, we got this shirt that I just want to see if there's gunshot residue and blood on it. I don't
Right,
want to
because you
answer
don't
where
want them
that shirt
alerting
came
the
from.
feds. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, feds or whatnot, but I don't want to bring up anything that could compromise the integrity of the test.
Yeah, no, I agree. Sorry, I got distracted. I was responding to a client email right now because that's the time to do it.
Oh man, yeah, I know your pain. I get emails at 10 o'clock at night complaining about tile being crooked.
So, let's see what else is going on here. Just a quick swab test will at least, tell if it's human blood. Yeah, Brittany, that makes sense completely. I think we can probably get a test kit from a lab. We can record us swabbing multiple samples from the different pieces of clothing, and send those in and have them tested. I mean, that would be easy enough, I'm sure.
I'm totally down.
Let's see here. There's not a whole lot of questions going on. There's still 37 people watching according to the channel, but I think Angel is wielding the silence hammer right now.
Yes, she is. Well, she was really good for a long, long time, but I think her patience is done.
I don't blame her. Some of
Because
these,
I don't like to block people,
Yeah.
unless they cause big problems and stuff. So it's like, I let everybody kind of freely ask their questions, but sometimes when it becomes too much, it's like Angela's probably just ready to pull her hair out. She really was good all along until recently.
she's been doing great. I appreciate it.
Does anybody have any questions we may have skipped over and didn't see? I know that I am terrible about keeping up with the chat, but if anybody wants to re-ask the same question.
Yeah, if anyone has any questions, put them in all caps. Because we'll probably close this down shortly. Unless someone's got some questions, go ahead and type them in. I know we've got a lot of people watching that aren't typing in here. So if any of you want to just say hello or, ask a question or wave to us, that'd be fine.
So I'm about to share my screen again. So hold on. If I can actually get this picture to open up like it's supposed
How many minutes of unreleased footage you sitting on? All the footage I got came from LVMPD, and it's the same footage that LVSA and WEG Oak have.
Owen would be the only one with unreleased footage. I didn't
Yeah.
record shit when the shooting started.
Owen's got a little bit by the tent, but he's not releasing it because he got so much grief over the one that ended up on Live Leaks. It really upset the victims' families. So out of respect for them, he's not released that publicly.
Yeah, and if you totaled up probably 8-10 minutes maybe, just randomly unreleased stuff that either to me didn't seem important or to show other people faces that I would not want to release.
So I'm sharing my screen again real quick. This is the avatar. I'm just making it easier to see my avatar. So this is another one of those things like, right, if I wasn't there and this wasn't a real event. Kathy, are you able to see that or?
No, you haven't put it in there yet.
Okay, hold on. There we go. If I wasn't there, and I know I should probably just let this go. This is my tattoo I designed. This is tattooed on my right pec, except for I didn't do the flag in the background because the guy told me it would be a long process, and I'd never had a tattoo before. But
I see your helicopter.
Everything is symbolic. Everything here is symbolic. So you have the Route 91 logo here. What I did in the actual tattoo is right here off the tower here. Instead of having the flag in the background, I have the flag flying here upside down. The helicopter, I've got SOS and Morse code right here from the Luxor light. So, and this is the date and the heartbeat. So everything here, I designed it to be symbolic in how I felt about the event. And the upside down flag is a sign of distress. And that, to me, that was, I felt like we weren't being told everything. This was a really weird event. I felt like the government in some way, shape, or form was involved. So that's why I did that. The helicopter's there because I felt like helicopters were involved. So this is all things that I got this tattoo shortly after the event. So this is how I felt from the beginning. And so it's just another one of those things that, it just kind of proves where I've been. And I know Owen and Kathy have kind of been there with me through this journey, so it's just one of those things.
That's a nice tattoo.
Yeah, I'm going to say thank you, Gary. That kind of actually does summarize everything that we're saying. Like, people tend to forget that we were also victims too, and barring a few feet and a few different timings of things, we could have been one, shot as well. It's not like, I'm not trying to use being a victim or being a survivor as an excuse, but when you try to go down avenues that don't make much logical sense, then it's just not worth it. I see truth in you was saying that you could solve everything right now if you just show the video that you were there. Well, I mean, I could show you a video. I can show you 4 or 5 videos of Aldine playing that night right before it happened. But I just don't feel like that would even do anything for you. I mean, if I send them to you, Rick, you can show them on air right now. I got a video right before the song right before. Would that help?
I don't think it would help anybody, but you know what?
I don't think anyone's saying you guys weren't there.
I mean, I think there are some people trying to say that, Owen, but if we want to do that, we can just link those somewhere and Kathy can just link everybody to them.
Yeah, I can put them together and make a video or something.
Yeah.
Dean asked about the armored personnel carriers. Battlefield Vegas is a tourist attraction there, and they actually called them in, and they brought their armored personnel carriers and some other equipment, which I found totally crazy. I had a video I made about it a while back. Like, if you scrolled through my videos, gosh, it was probably 6 months to a year ago. But they were interviewing a guy from Battlefield Vegas, and then there's some body cam that shows the vehicles rolling down the road. And to me, it was just like, why would the police call a tourist attraction to come help? That was a thing that never sit well with me.
That is very unusual. I just sent y'all both of y'all a video if you want to put that together at some point. Like, this video was taken at 10:01. And I got the next video taken at 10:03. I'll send that one to you as well. What time does the shooting start? Do what?
Shooting started 10:05, Owen, just like 2 minutes after you started that second video.
What? I don't know what you're saying. Sorry, my girlfriend is doing sign language to me.
How's Izzy doing, Owen?
Yes, I mean, huh? Say it again.
Joe Roscoe, I just sent you the link, Joe Roscoe, to your Facebook Messenger. If you want to come on the panel and ask a few questions, you can, because I know you'll be respectful about it and not rude. So if you wanted to come on and ask a few questions, just check your Facebook Messenger.
Brittany, I don't think any of us saw or heard Broken Window from Mandalay Bay. I think that's a big question. I really think there's a lot of pretty compelling evidence out there that makes it look like the so it's 32-1 or 132, 32 or something like that, and 31. When you're looking at the Mandalay Bay Tower, on the left side where they say he shot like 5 rounds of 308 out of, and then it's the right side where they say he shot the 1,000 or so rounds of 5.56. That right side window doesn't appear to be broken in at least a couple of shots that supposedly took place after the shooting. I think that's really, really compelling. Some of that evidence, it's really strange. I think to add to that, it doesn't appear that there's a lot of brass on the ground in the police videos and the body cam videos up there. And then we have the really weird video where it looks like they're saying there's no window broken. It sounds like they're saying we've got curtains closed on a window that's not broken. So I think there's a lot of evidence there about that window and whether or not it was broken. And it seems very strange. There's also a 911 call well after the shooting took place where somebody says they heard an explosion and glass falling from Mandalay Bay. And so I think it's very possible the police broke that window out, at least that one, after the fact.
I also think that it's very odd that, like, if you've ever opened a window in a high rise like that, I've been to the beach a lot. You know, Vegas is extremely windy, just like any beach is. And if you've ever opened a sliding glass balcony window, it blows the curtains out the window. Or it blows them heavily in, depending on how the wind blows.
And it was a breezy night, so you should have seen those curtains moving.
I feel like especially if they breached the room the way they did, somebody would have seen those curtains flying. You know, as soon as the doorway was breached, the pressure is going to blow those curtains out the window.
Right, and when you see the curtains after the fact, right, from the pictures the next day, it looks like he didn't even open the curtains. Like they were closed on those windows. They're blowing out the windows the next day. So what? The police came in and closed them later? Like that doesn't make any sense. He closed them before he shot himself in the mouth. Like that doesn't make any sense either, right?
Yeah,
Why?
I'm mass shooting and to close the window before I shoot myself.
Well, I never believed the whole thing about him running back and forth between the two rooms, and then the one room imaginarily gets locked, you know, so they had to breach it. It's like,
yeah,
you would have had to lock it from the other side, go in the hallway, and come back into the other room. That just couldn't have happened. And I know some narrative pushers have made some videos trying to prove that it could happen, but it's like, yeah, I don't think so.
Even if it could happen, even if it's possible, which I've seen some videos saying that it is, and I actually tend to err on that side. Why would you lock that room, right? It doesn't make any sense. You booked adjoining rooms. You're allegedly the only person in that room perpetuating a mass shooting from both windows, and you just decide to lock that room in the middle of it?
Yeah, I was about to say, how long would it have taken him to stop to think to lock the door? Like, do you think that in the pause of all this mass shooting that he's got the wherewithal to think about, oh yeah, by the way, I forgot to lock that door?
It just seems like a really weird thing to do in that situation. Maybe I'm crazy.
I sent y'all the picture I just sent y'all was the picture from the next morning. I left pretty early that morning, and we got up. I took a picture.
Let's see here. Facebook is weird. Doesn't work very good.
Well, it's hard when you got all these tabs open.
I was going to say it doesn't help that I probably have 60 tabs open right now, but
yeah, it sounds like me. My phone, I think I had 85 tabs open.
I don't even know how to open extra tabs on my phone. I haven't gotten that good. I have to do this live streaming on my computer. I'd never be able to figure it out on my phone.
I prefer to use the computer anyway, but yeah. Oh, you sent videos. You sent a bunch of stuff, Owen.
Yeah, I was just sending a little care package.
Yeah, the chapter Marks asked, yeah, all this time, who is he? Is it Paddock? I don't know, but I don't think that the body that's in the room is Paddock for sure. We went over this earlier.
I don't think so.
The ears don't match. The coroner's report has multiple discrepancies from physical attributes that we already know about Paddock, from his driver's license and from hunting license or fishing licenses, from pictures. So I think all the evidence that anybody who's open-minded can see points to the fact that that body pictured is not Paddock.
I agree. Matt, did you come back from your smoke yet? You've been quiet.
I've been here listening.
Okay. Well, chime in whenever you want.
Matt has the perfect voice for radio, and it just makes me jealous.
I know he does.
Oh yeah,
That's what everyone says. Sorry about that.
Don't be sorry. It's beautiful. It calms my ears.
Oh, thank you. No, just listening to what you guys are saying, it's just, very interesting from, because you guys were there, and we weren't. So, well, True Seeker was there, but she wasn't.
What wasn't where? I was down the street.
In Vegas, but you weren't.
Yeah, she was in Vegas, but she wasn't at the concert.
Yeah.
So.
Right. Yeah, I was a good 7 miles down the road at across from South Point. Joe Roscoe is going to come in and ask you guys some questions. And Joe will be polite. He's really polite, but he does lean more on the, not really thinking anything's real.
Okay.
Joe, click on the link. I don't see you in the basement yet.
Well, I just want to thank you guys for coming on and, explaining what you guys saw that night. Because this really helps. It's nice to have a different perspective from somebody that was there.
Yeah, I honestly, I've always appreciated kind of talking about this. Originally, when, you're still traumatized, for me, it was actually, even though it would get my heart rate up, it was therapeutic. But now, it just turned into something that, it's really influenced my life and how I view a lot of situations. I was not really much of a conspiracy theorist type person before this, but a lot more now because from my experience, it just feels like we were lied to. I gave the FBI a great lead about somebody who possibly knew something about this in the girl who was taunting us from the car. And that never made it in any report. It doesn't appear they ever tried to locate this person. And randomly, I got contacted by somebody else who heard an interview that I gave about this girl. And he was doing his own independent research that was very unique, way different than anybody else's research that I've seen. And asked me, hey, do any of these girls look familiar to you? And instantly when I saw the picture of this girl, I thought that's the girl. So what I did is I took that picture and some of the other pictures he sent, and I asked my wife, hey, do you recognize any of these people? And she's like, that looks like the girl that was taunting us from the car the night of Vegas, right? And we had two other friends that were still alive at this point that were there with us, and they both felt the same way about this too.
What was this girl saying?
I'd love to show that picture to my buddy.
I wish that I could have understood her, Matt, but it was very loud and chaotic, and I couldn't understand. But what she was doing is she was literally standing on the floorboard with her entire torso, like waist up, out of the passenger window. Mm-hmm. The driver was driving as close as he really could reasonably to the curb, about 10 or 15 miles an hour, while the crowd is fleeing this concert, right? And everybody else on the road has no idea what's going on. We've got cars stopping people and asking them, what the hell is going on? And this girl is leaning out the window, taunting and yelling at people, and she's like tomahawk pointing at us with a scowl on her face as they drive by.
Joe is coming in. Okay. I just clicked on him.
Hello. Anybody hear me?
Oh.
We can hear
Welcome,
you.
Yes.
Joe. You be nice
Thank
now.
you, True Seeker. Thank you for having me on. Owen, Rick, nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you, Joe.
Good to see you again, too, Matt.
Nice to meet you.
All right. Okay, I didn't mean to interrupt. I didn't hear whatever you were just talking about, so go ahead. I'll catch up.
No, that's okay. I was just talking about, one of the things that really got to me is I gave the FBI a really good lead on somebody who probably knew more about this shooting than other people because these people seem to be prepared. And I was talking about, I don't know when you came in, but there was a girl who was taunting us as we were running away from the concert venue. And what happened was she was in a dark colored 4-door sedan, and she was like standing on the floorboard. Her entire torso, like waist high, was out of the passenger window. And the driver
Where was this out on Tropicana?
On Tropicana, yeah. And the driver was driving as close to the curb, 10 or 15 miles an hour, pretty slow. And she was out of the window, and she was pointing at us like in a tomahawk motion with her hands, and she was yelling at us. And it was just so chaotic, we couldn't understand what she was saying, but it was very clear to all of us that she was taunting us. Like the look on her face, her demeanor, she was like yelling at us because she hated us or she was mad at us or something to that effect, right?
Now, was this like a Hispanic woman or something?
Yeah, she was. Well, she was. I don't know for sure. Yeah,
she's probably one of the ones from the haystack.
Maybe. I don't know for sure if she was Hispanic, but she was definitely either Latin or Middle Eastern. She was like brown skin like that, lighter brown skin. Right. She was thin. She was thin. She had a thin nose that was kind of long. She had long, straight black or dark brown hair. She was in her early to mid 20s.
And when did you see this? Like immediately after the shooting ceased?
Well,
or later in the night?
About that. Like the shooting stopped about the time that we got away from Hooters. And this was like the first memorable event as we were still going down Tropicana Avenue after we got past Hooters. So it was relatively quickly after the shooting stopped. I would imagine it was not later than a little after 10:20, possibly before that.
So you were probably down by like the Motel 6 or the airport or something, huh?
Yeah, I think we were just past the Motel 6.
Okay.
We weren't quite to the airport yet. I know that.
Oh, all right. So
Dean is asking why we're dedicating time to people that don't think that it's real, and I just wanted to let Dean know that it's like the more information everybody hears, there's a lot of people at the beginning that didn't think it was real. Then as they started researching and watching other videos, they changed their mind and their theories. So I don't like to really exclude anybody because the people that don't believe, they're either never going to believe or they might change their mind.
Okay, hold on. I just want to address something that Dean said. This is a great question, Dean. Why did he have dozens of expensive ARs with expensive toys on them, right? Like this guy's a millionaire with really expensive guns and a $5 snorkel duct tape to a $45 vacuum.
I could never figure that out.
I just said that a minute ago, but I guess
that's a great question, Dean. I wish I had an answer to that, but that's hilarious.
Yeah, you spend thousands of dollars on your AR, and you spend like $20 on something that you think is going to help.
Hey, can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
I mean, I guess that's what I'm here for, but can you guys even like, do you understand? I mean, I understand what you think that, or you were there, you saw, so you know what you saw, but can you even understand like some of the reasons why, there are people like me, Truth in You, Crisis Cast, who don't think anybody died or don't think there was a massacre that night? You guys have been studying it with Truth Seeker.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you don't believe it, but I just seen somebody asking the question, like, how can we even entertain anybody who thinks that this didn't happen or something? But I just wonder if you guys have seen some of the things like that.
Yeah, I can tell you. During the when I was going back to my room, I tried to call a buddy of mine from home. He's a guy that I'm really close with. That he'd be the first person I'd call when I was in trouble. And I called him, and I was going to tell him about what had just happened. And I didn't speak to him till the next morning. He was already asleep that night, and I spoke to him the next morning. And he said,
"Is this somebody who was there, or just a friend of yours?"
Just a friend. And he made a good point. He said, if I didn't know you the way I know, the way we are best friends, and know that you were there, I'd think this whole thing was fake. He said, as good and well, me and you be sitting there on the couch right now, breaking this thing down and talking about how fake it was. So I can 100% empathize of why people would think that it was real. I probably would have been sitting on the couch doing
that
the
you would,
same thing had I
make
not
you think
actually
of that.
been there.
Okay, so I'll address that. So I'm sure somebody like you, Joe, has probably seen. I remember when Sandy Hook happened, and there's a video that's really, really weird of this girl's dad who supposedly the girl died the day before, and he's getting ready for a press conference.
Robbie
laughing.
Parker.
Yeah, and he's joking and laughing with everybody in the room, and then all of a sudden it looks like he's like, "Oh, I got to get in character," and he takes some deep breaths and like, and he gets ready for the press conference, and it's all on camera. And I remember seeing that when that happened in 2012, and thinking, "What the hell is going on here?" And definitely like, "Hey, there's something really fishy about that," and thinking to myself like, "There's no way as a dad that I would be acting that way if my daughter just got killed in a school shooting, right?"
Right.
And going like, is this guy a complete actor? Like, what the hell is going on, right? So no, I get it. I understand where you're coming from, but I still go back to, and I don't know if you were in here when I said this, is that the people who would, in your mind, who would perpetuate this hoax, right? If it was a hoax.
Right.
That are willing to go through the great lengths to perpetuate this hoax. We're talking about evil people in the world. I'm sure you know of the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, global bankers, CIA.
Why wouldn't they just kill people?
Right, exactly.
Why wouldn't they just kill people? Right.
Exactly.
And I thought that for the longest time too. I thought people died in this thing, and it was a massacre. And I the same thing you just said was my response to people when I heard them say they didn't die. But well, now I know why they would. Why they wouldn't kill people. I understand why the bad guys would not kill people now.
So what would be your response to that? Why would they not kill people?
Are you familiar with the Smith-Month Modernization Act of 2012?
Probably not off the top of my head. Smith-Month.
Okay, it's the law that was passed in 2012. Actually, it's an old law from like World War II times, but they lifted a ban on domestic propaganda.
Oh yes. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep.
So it was when I found out about the Smith-Month propaganda law that's when it clicked that they don't want to kill people because you can have that could be very messy, and you want to keep doing this over and over and over. So you just make it legal to do it and bullshit everybody about it, but it's still not legal to murder people yet. So that's the answer to
but wouldn't it be easier to get somebody to perpetuate this act for you that's crazy, or maybe there's MK Ultra going on or something like that, than it would be to convincingly, for most of the general public, make them believe that all these people were killed when they really weren't?
I think it's much easier to fool the general public than I ever thought it was before. And I'm sure there's a lot of MK Ultra crazies that they use and all that, but I think those kind of individuals tend to be very unreliable. Whereas just bullshitting people is, you can orchestrate it and pull the strings a little better if if you're just bullshitting people and you've legalized it.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn this a little bit. What happened to Seth Rich?
Seth Rich, I believe he was murdered for giving the stuff to WikiLeaks.
Right, by who?
Who murdered him?
Right, not probably, exactly, but
right, probably Hillary Clinton's personal hitman, I guess, or something like that. I don't know.
Right. So, would you agree that these are probably the same people, or same type of people, or the same circle of people that would be interested in an event like the Route 91 shooting?
I would, yes.
So why wouldn't they just kill people there?
Well, like I just said, I think if you go in and you shoot, if you shoot 58 people, that's going to be a very messy aftermath, and much harder to keep control over that situation and not let things slip out. As it'll be much harder than it was with one individual like Seth Rich. I mean, as it is now, you got people pulling strings on this Vegas shooting left and right. And then you've got other people, who are there to divert and distract those people like us. But I think they would kill everybody if they didn't legalize bullshitting the public that they killed everybody.
Okay, so I mean, I kind of get where you're coming from, but at the same time, I would say, like, what about what was I'm trying the name of the Warren Commission, right? So during the Warren Commission, right, the CIA started using like the term conspiracy theory and stuff like that. So basically, you know, if they were worried about covering up the fact that they killed a bunch of people, couldn't they just call you and everybody else that didn't believe that, right? Like, or any way they wanted to spin this, they just say, hey, you're conspiracy theorists. Just like you just said, it's very easy to convince the general public of certain things. So really they could spin this any way they really wanted to. And I don't think that it's necessarily harder to, I actually think it's harder to cover up fake deaths because you have to make those people disappear in one way or another versus actually killing people.
I always thought it would be much easier and more effective and leave fewer loose ends to just go ahead and murder all those people, except for one thing. The families of the deceased, you're just going to have a large percentage of, next of kin who will not rest and who will go all the way to court and not get bought off or bribed or blackmailed or anything. You'll have to kill them too if you, and then it's just then you just got to keep killing everybody. And that's where I think the key point is in the families.
See, but I think that people who lose loved ones in something like this, they're going to get, generally speaking, you might be right about some of them, but generally speaking, they're just going to get tired of that. That loss is already draining enough, and dealing with that is draining. I disagree, and I respectfully disagree. You know what I mean? But I think that I honestly just think that it's easier for them. It's cleaner because there's less cover up to be had. It's
more realistic and all that. Yeah, I mean, originally that's what I thought too. They're just going to kill people. Why wouldn't they? But it's the families, the real people are too unpredictable. Real human beings in chaos situations like this are too unpredictable, and people like this, they don't like unpredictability. I mean, that's controlling the situation is what they do. So I think either way, it's very difficult thing to pull off. But if you only want to do it once, go ahead and kill people. But if you want to do it over and over and over again, then you don't kill people. You make it look like you killed people.
But if you kill people and you give them a narrative that even it's argumentative as much as Route 91 is, well, that's where you don't have to worry about the families as much. I mean, this is a great example. All the family members and everybody were tied up in lawsuits and all kinds of things for how long now? So it's kind of like you stretch things out so much that it doesn't matter how much ruckus one person costs. That we'll have another story next week that will, alleviate that.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's right about most people. But like I was saying, there's always going to be, a father or a mother or a wife or a brother or somebody who will not let it go for the rest of their days. And I mean, we've seen these people.
I agree with you, and I can tell you firsthand, though. Like for example, Chris Royball's mother. I mean, I know this woman very well, and I know she'll never let go of this. And I know that it eats her alive because her and her son were just as close as me and my mother are. They're very similar, and I've empathized with her. And she's called me. She's called me furious. She's called me crying. She's called me wanting to talk. She's called me sad. She's called me with every emotion you could honestly come up with. And this has been years later. If these are just per se paid actors, I mean, she paid to drop in a phone call every now and then. on me and
Yeah, like
give
I
a
mean,
great.
it is weird. Like I don't have every answer for that. Well, I mean, I do have a theory about some of the victims or all the victims, or I don't know, but I think maybe possibly some of the victims were killed elsewhere, and the powers that be, coroners, feds, whoever's gets a hold of a dead body on like Saturday or something, some random mugging and person got killed. They use that person's death and they call it Route 91 death.
Hey,
I
I
guess,
could
and they tell the
actually
next of kin that he was at the concert or something.
I could
I don't
100%
know.
get on board with that. I could get on board with that only because we did some extensive researches on some of the autopsies and found some real questionable things. So, I mean,
Real
I could actually,
questionable.
I could really get on board with that theory only because, I mean, me personally directly, I saw 10 to 12. Who knows who the other 38 or 36 were? So um, I could get on board with that. I could believe that.
Okay. Yeah. So that I think that's some of the victims. I think that's how some of them they got them. They got those bodies, and that's why there's a real death certificate and real people grieving real loved ones loss and all this. I mean, it keeps it looking as real as possible, and the families they're not
I
going to
like
know
to
any
call
better
these things.
in some of these cases.
I
And
like to call it a mixed reality event.
a what?
I like to. I mean, the term that I've used talking to people is I feel like it was a mixed reality event.
Oh, mixed
There's a
reality. Yeah.
mixture of there's a mixture of fake, there's a mixture of planned, and there's a mixture of spontaneous. And they know that they can actually minimize the spontaneous that happens.
Right.
Then the rest is plannable.
Right. Right. They're going to plan as much as they can. They're going to make as much look real as they can, and then afterwards they're going to just do their damage control and that. And I honestly I think that was the motive behind Vegas was sort of like a test run, or because originally I thought it was about gun control like Sandy Hook was, but when it just got dropped out of the news coverage, the media dropped it. I was like, well, it can't be for gun control because they're not ramming fear porn down the public's throat with it. Now, I didn't know for a long time, and then I theorized it was sort of a test case, and they're monitoring us, and that's what I still think that to this day.
Well, so I also think that part of the reason why it got dropped is because Stoneman Douglas happened, and that was a much better opportunity to push gun control because you've got these 3 or 4 kids that are now in the limelight and they're pushing gun control. So I think that's part of the reason Vegas got stopped. But to go on also, I think Owen is hit the nail on the head there with the mixed reality, because I think what they do is they run a live false flag event like this, but they have strategic actors placed in there because the actors are there to make sure that they can push a narrative and stay on script, right?
Right.
Now, the news doesn't necessarily know who all the actors are, especially when they're smaller independent news channels and stuff like that, right? But that's why we had like the one girl who gave the story about she was like the news clip. She was previously on like some daytime talk show. She was like
the Dr. Phil girl.
Yeah, the Dr. Phil girl. But she started going off about how the one girl said everyone was going to die and how there was totally more than one shooter. And they cut her off quick after that, right? Because she wasn't part of the narrative,
Right.
And so there, I think it's both. I think they have people there that are there to make sure they push the narrative that they want out there.
Mm-hmm.
But I also don't think that they're above killing any number of people they need to accomplish that goal. I thought one of the really weird things about this event, and just statistically speaking, is how many people Paddock hit out of 1,000 shots from 350 yards away with a bump stock. He made contact. He hit over 500 people. 58 died and 460 something were injured by bullets. He hit over 500 people.
Man,
so this guy
that's
is.
a good ratio.
Exactly. He's got a 50% hit rate from 350 yards with a bump stock.
No.
There's no
like I
way. I
said,
don't buy. Even shooting into a crowd, I don't buy it.
See, I don't even
Yeah, in the first
entertain
video,
like anymore these
1.9.
kinds of possibilities. It's just so ridiculous. And I know some of the. I know who you sound like, Rick. Are you Ghost in the prison?
I am nobody else but me, and I go by a pseudonym of Faya on some outlets.
You just sound like this other guy that I've been talking to lately, and you're saying some of the same things he says, and it just clicked. So I thought I'd ask. Anyway, I forgot what we're talking about. Oh yeah, things like Paddock, even existing. I don't even entertain that possibility anymore. And a bump stock. I mean, they didn't even find the bump stock in the room, for crying out loud. So,
I would love to have anybody who thinks that a bump stock did this to get your hands on a bump stock. Go out in the middle of nowhere, desert, and take a few shots with it. Just try to shoot this thing. And I'm an avid shooter, and I mentioned in my first video that I have owned and shot a bunch of bump stocks. These things are pointless. You can't hit a side of a hill with it. Like, I mean, if you really wanted to literally inflict the most damage you could, he would have shot it in semi-automatic. He would have used a semi-automatic rifle and just pulled the trigger as fast as he could, and he could have probably had around 100% hit ratio. But a bump stock would have been all over the place. He'd have hit.
So bump stocks out the window. So they're lying. So.
Well, yeah, I think we all agree that they're not telling the truth, right? I think pretty much everybody in this YouTube chat, and we all agree that they're not telling the truth. Now,
there's only even one person I know who thought everything was the narrative, and he's just a big liar, and we all know that. So, okay, let me ask you guys this. Okay, so we know there was no bump stock used. I don't even think there were shots fired from. Well, I don't think anywhere, probably. Maybe. I would say maybe like a loose cannon. So some guy with a concealed carry, or some cop who didn't get the word, or something like that might have drew down on each other out on the boulevard or something amongst all the chaos and shot each other. I don't know. One or two people may have got shot. But I'm 100% certain that no machine guns were fired from the Mandalay Bay. Bump stock is just not even an issue. But you guys definitely believe that people got shot in the venue? Is that correct? Both of you guys believe for sure some people got shot in the venue?
For me, without a doubt, because
I've seen a video of a girl getting hit in the leg, and you can actually see the bullet hit her in the leg. So that's actually the only person I've ever get shot.
Where do you think the bullets came from then? And I know you don't know exactly, but do you think they came from an elevated position? Did they come from ground level? Were they sniped from a long distance away, or do you think they got shot by somebody like a ninja inside the venue? What do you think if there any actual shooter was? Do you have any idea?
My personal theory, and we've talked about this and analyzed it in a video before, that as a group thing we did. I feel like there was a mixture of things inside and outside the venue. This is just my personal opinion. I feel like that there was somebody who went down somewhere near the middle sound booth line. That there's a gap right in the middle in between the two sides that all the cables ran to the sound booth. One of the first people
like a
shot
wide aisle down the center stage, kind of. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, and if you went down that middle aisle and you were right-handed and you shot over the right side of the barrier going towards the stage, all of those people right there next to that railing were headshots. And two of them that I came across were headshots from left to right, laying flat back. They're facing the stage, and both of their shots are temple to temple, left to right.
Was that Schwanbeck and the lady or something you're talking about?
Denise.
Oh, and I'm about to edit one of those pictures so that we can show it.
Okay, so let me see.
Okay.
I'm trying to follow you here. Okay, so you got, let's say the right side of the stage, which is probably backwards, but it's the side closest to Mandalay Bay, right?
somebody's walking down the center aisle, and they got a real weapon, and they shoot people in the head with a pistol.
Suppressed 22.
Okay, like a pistol with the sight. Okay.
Suppressed 22.
Okay, so this picture this picture that I'm going to share the screen real quick. Owen, if this is okay, it's a still from the video, but I've removed the man's face. I think you know what I'm talking about. He was shot in the head.
Yeah.
You can clearly see this guy was shot. Let's see here. I'm going to share my screen here in a second.
I can see the picture. You can see where the stage is. You can see the light from the stage on his face, so you can kind of orient yourself to where he's laying and how he's facing. The lighting from the stage is down towards his feet, which would mean Mandalay Bay is up and to the right. If he's face stage, is up and to the right. Okay. And he's shot from left temple to right temple. I
am sharing that
slight upward angle.
Yeah, I'm sharing that screen.
The light.
Okay, I'm looking.
I removed this guy's face so that we can be respectful to him.
Okay, sure.
But this right here.
Was this guy on the Live Leaks video?
This is an exit wound. Yeah, this is on the Live Leaks video. Yes.
Okay, is it the one he's gone, she's gone?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about.
But this is a still shot from that video, and you can see this is an exit wound out of his head, and obviously a still shot from a video doesn't do all the justice. But Owen, you were there, you saw this guy. I mean, he was clearly shot through the head, right?
His entry is just about left eyebrow, so the angle of the shot looked to me like someone shorter than him was 15 to 20 yards away, a little bit shorter, a little bit of an upward angle, and it was a super clean shot. I mean, for a 223 traveling from 350 yards away, it's going to be tumbling. That exit wound would be, it may, no telling, but that's a through. It's clean.
Right.
You guys, I'm sure you've seen the video where it appears that a cop draws his pistol and fires it.
I saw that video. I have seen the video that you're talking about, and to me, it's really unclear. It doesn't looks like he turns a flashlight on or something. Yeah. It doesn't necessarily look like a shot.
But yeah, it doesn't, and it's very inconclusive. But now I'm kind of going back to thinking maybe they had guys dressed as cops, because you see a cop with a gun in his hand, that's not going to raise off too many alarm bells. As much as a shady looking character walking down the aisle, seems everybody would have noticed that guy.
Right?
Because that's kind of a clear walkway right there, right? It's like 10 feet wide, and there's it's pretty much the only place on the ground that's not crowded with people. So if you're walking down the middle there, it seems like everybody on the aisle would see you.
So while you got the picture up, I wanted to mention one more thing. The girl to the bottom, that's Denise. She's also shot temple to temple, and these two are laying, together. So they were probably standing elbow to elbow in the venue. The odds of these two being shot from that range, at that close, that consecutively is slim to none. The baddest marksman in the world couldn't put those two bodies right with each other like
Let me ask you, Owen, because I've always wondered this. Where exactly were you when you were checking these two bodies? Like let's say I'm looking at the venue from room 32 or whatever.
These two are actually laying almost exactly where Rick was.
Where what?
Where I was. So
these two.
So right and front, right side of the stage and towards the front.
Towards the sound booth, towards the middle area. Rick, do you have that map? I could send you the map. I'm gonna show that.
Yeah, I can pull it up. Hold on, just give me a second.
So we made a
What if
map.
we say this? What if we say this? What if we say that the crowd was staying? Let's say it's a football field. You're looking at the center of the venue there where everybody was playing, and the stage is the south end zone, and north is the other end zone. So, like, what yard line would you say you were at?
Okay, so here's the map, Owen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's actually not the map I was talking. Let me send this to you real quick. That's not the map I was talking about. This one's actually got numbers and stuff on it. It makes it real easy.
Oh, you're talking about, yeah, we've numbered one. Hold on. No, that's not it. Hold on. I know which one you're talking about, but I don't know if I have it. Hold on. You go ahead and send
the
it
number one is in the fit report, and the numbers were wrong in a lot of the bodies.
I'm sending it to you right now.
I'll be honest with you guys. Pretty much anything that Metro put out, I
got an arrow drawn on this picture of exactly where these two are, and really kind of coordinate where you were based on that picture.
Yeah, that's okay. So send it over to me.
And it's odd that when you look at this diagram, a lot of these people who were headshots like this were within pistol range of that middle aisle there, and that middle aisle has a direct line around the side of the stage and out the back. And if you went around that stage and out the back, you could be on Giles in a matter of seconds.
So do you theorize that somebody maybe walked from the back of the crowd, walked towards the stage shooting people, and then exited out behind the stage?
I wouldn't think that he would have started shooting until getting up to the sound booth, because one of the security guys was shot in the back of the head right there. Eric, what's his name? Eric Sloan, maybe, and he was working that back side, the right side in the back by the sound booth. There's only one guy there that keeps anybody from going in that barrier. And then there's 2 or 3 other guys that are either at the end of the catwalk right there in front or at the other end of the sound booth. We had one right in front of us, and he's one that I spoke to immediately that was telling me that he thought that this was a toy being paid for a speaker. And if you went down that aisle, you have basically no resistance. I mean, barring one security guards, you could slip in through there pretty quickly and out the back.
Oh, and I didn't see a picture that you sent me, but is this? I didn't see it, but is this what you're talking about?
That's it. Yeah, and I had an arrow drawn. So these two are in right at 12, right where 12 is.
So right here.
Yep. And a lot of these numbers from my video are in the wrong place.
And I was standing when this all started right about where my cursor is right now. And the fireworks that went off were just like probably right here.
Okay, I see. So the number 12 is what we're looking at there in that area.
To me, those first sounds, when I heard what kind of sounded like fireworks, sounded like they were more towards like number 9, 10.
Okay. You said
because I remember looking for that sound.
9, 10.
I remember
you were up here. You were where's the end of the catwalk? So you were right here, right?
Right there.
So you looked back too far. I think they were over here. But there's a lot of
sense. That's not
there's a lot of people in between you and there for that sound to bounce off of and that sort of thing. When the guy that was laying in front of me got shot, we were laying right about here where my cursor is, almost off of the AstroTurf.
Okay,
we exited.
If you take a path,
where's the porta potties? We exited here at this gate, and this is where. Let me go up here. This is where I ducked behind a police cruiser, and this general direction right here is where it sounded like I heard that submachine gun. And that's also where that police report came out and said they found the magazine and shell casings. It was right around this area here.
You heard a submachine gun?
Yes. I heard three bursts from what sounded like a pistol caliber automatic.
And where did you say it sounded like they came from?
So I was ducking right here. Now, mind you, at this point, the Mandalay Bay is back here, right? So, and I'm facing this way, straight up to the east in this picture, straight up this way. The Mandalay Bay is back here, so to like my 5:30 position, and I heard gunshots from over here.
Okay, slow down a little because I think I'm getting a little lag. Where
yeah, no problem. Okay, so I was approximately right here. It was after we exited this gate here. There was a cruiser here with the hatchback up, but there was no cops there.
Okay.
Okay, so we ducked behind that. This is the parking lot that I moved through.
Right.
And so we ducked back here. Okay, and I was trying to assess to see which way we should go. And I heard at that point 3 bursts from what sounded like a pistol caliber automatic from my 3 o'clock position. So I'm facing up this way to the top of this picture, which is east. And I heard to my 3 o'clock position 3 bursts from what sounded like a pistol caliber machine gun. You know, pistol
like how
caliber
far
automatic.
away was it? Close?
They were relatively close. Like the other shots that I heard, you know, there. If you're familiar with gunfire, there's a big difference between something that's pretty close to you and something that's relatively far away. And these were, they sounded very close. You know, so I would say they were no farther than here, where I am right here.
Yeah.
And it was just like 3 bursts and then gone.
And this was around volley 3.
And it would have been really easy.
I exited right about the end of volley 3, so this would have been probably in between volley 3 and 4, or right about the start of volley 4, somewhere in that range.
Okay.
And it would have.
Go ahead,
Sorry.
Owen. We might be losing him.
Maybe we lost Owen. His sound likes to kick in and out, but okay.
There, Owen, you back?
All right. Yeah.
There
Yeah. You can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you drew a straight line between 8 and 14, 8 to 14, that's the path that, you know, if I theorize someone went in, they would go straight
14 right
between
here.
8, you know, to about 14. Yep. And then if you go straight back from there, you could go either to the left or the right around the back of the stage. And if you went around the left or the right of the back of the stage, you could go up to gate 7, which was top right, and be on that street in, you know, no time.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So,
but also, I mean, for the most part, especially during the chaos, so this over here to this general area to the south is that open field. And it has like 2 unfinished towers in it that were for some project. And it had 3 or 4 dirt mounds in it. But it was not restricted access to anybody. Anybody could have walked in there and walked right up here.
Right.
Joe lives in Las Vegas, so he knows what you're talking about the towers and the dirt mound.
Yeah.
And the homeless and the homeless tunnels is there too.
Yeah. Did you guys see anybody? You see on the CCTV footage, and we've heard them talk about guys directing traffic. Did you see any of them guys directing traffic? I think you mentioned you did you?
I did.
I don't recall
what were they
anybody
saying?
doing that.
They look on the screen like they're telling you to steal third base. You know what I'm saying? What were they saying? Were they saying go this way or telling you to round third?
They looked exactly like what you did. Like a third base coach saying, go this way, go this way. Yeah, just giving you that kind of same exact motion, you know.
Now, did you see
directed traffic
else?
like you're at Knott's Berry Farm going through one of those, you know.
Did you see anybody else do anything squirrely, like this guy we see walking backwards, filming with his camera? Or I noticed another one where 2 guys walk up to each other in the middle of all the chaos, and one points this way, the other points that way. They say something else, and then they both storm off in different directions. Like they had a plan in place. Did you see anybody else like that? Or was it just pretty?
Yeah, I did actually. No, I saw, you know, people right behind me. 2 guys got in a fight at some point because one of them saw the other one stealing a phone. Now, if you look at that from the vantage point of, you know, all the way across the venue, you'd see somebody standing there pointing at something and pointing at something else, and then they get in a fight. But that was, I actually personally remember seeing this guy yelling at a guy about seeing him, you know, pick up a phone, somebody's phone that they had dropped, and he pointed at it. And then they end up squaring up, getting in a fight. So yeah, I saw a lot of weird things going on.
A lot of weird
A lot
shit. Now, when you were checking the pulses there, like by the number, what did you say, number 14?
12.
Oh, no, 12. You were by the number 12 checking pulses. When was this? Was this after volleys had stopped, or was there still gunfire?
No, this was well after. During the whole volley, I didn't video anything. I was grabbing people, pulling them over the fence, putting them on the stage.
Yeah, I heard you say this before. Pulling over what fence? Like what fence were you
This
on?
right here.
Yeah,
So
there's a
see
big
where my
barrier
cursor
right
is. Yeah. So
Yeah,
this is the end of the catwalk, and Owen was approximately right around this area, and you were helping people. Correct me if I'm wrong, Owen. You were helping people
Other
over
side.
this fence right here, over here.
Other side. No, other
here?
side. 16 is. I was right there. At
Okay,
that.
so you hopped this fence and you came over to this side and you were helping people over.
Yeah. So I sent you a picture. You can show it. So I'm standing right there, grabbing people over that fence. And then
you were on the far side of the fence, pulling people over towards the far side, away from Mandalay Bay.
Yeah, exactly. So he came over the fence that he had to go over, and then he went towards the side closest to Mandalay Bay, and he was pulling people over.
Okay.
So this is kind of a visualization. So that's Owen right there with the arrow above his head, and this is the side closest to Mandalay Bay, and he's trying to help people over the fence by that catwalk so they can get under the stage.
Trying to keep up here. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, was that you in the black shirt, Owen? White pants?
Yeah, light jeans, black shirt. Yeah.
Okay. Is there only 3 people in here? Oh no. Never mind. Okay. Oh, I got you.
That's Owen.
In the black shirt and the white pants.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're pulling people over. Oh, I see. You're pulling people over like towards the front of the stage. I see.
Yeah, so if we go back to this picture, that's like right here by 16. That's the front of the catwalk right there that you see. I'll show you right here.
Yeah. Okay.
So, and he's pulling people over so they can get underneath over here.
Well, so you're kind of a hero there then, Owen. I mean, pulling people over and all of that when a lot of people would have just booked, and I wouldn't have blamed them.
I'll tell you what, I had my wife and 3 of her girlfriends, and my number one mission was to find a way to get them out of there. We had, we have kids. They had kids. It was like I got to get these girls home to their kids.
Hey, I'm a Marine, and if I was alone, it's 50-50 if I helped anybody. If I had my kid or wife or whatever, not a chance, man. I'll step on dead bodies to get them out of there.
I understand.
But so I don't blame anybody for that. Wow. Okay. So you said, Rick, I got Owen left or something. But Rick, you said somebody got hit right next to you and like it caused him to flinch and kick you or something?
So we were standing about right where my cursor is, kind of in between 4 and 11 on this map when it all started. Okay. That first volley, after that first volley, now mind you, it was very crowded in this general area. So after that first volley, most people weren't still moving. They didn't believe this was gunfire, but I did. And so we only got to about right here where my cursor is, kind of between 1 and 19 here. Between the first 2 volleys. Okay.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay. So we took cover right here, and there was a guy. I'm laying with my head facing directly to the left on this picture, basically. And there was a guy laying the same way directly in front of me with his feet close to my head. And he got hit in the upper left shoulder area. And when he got hit, he flinched and he kicked me directly in the top of the head. And that made me look at him because I was like, what the heck? I just got kicked in the head, and I saw that he actually had gotten hit in the shoulder. And then I saw what I believe to be at this point, and at the time, really, what I believe to be a couple of rounds hit this asphalt area. And that's when I was going to
ask you that.
Yeah.
Okay. You saw rounds hit the dirt.
Right. So I saw rounds, I believe, hitting this asphalt area, and you could hear them, and then you would see like a little bit of like indentation or some streak. Rounds are hard to see, but they smack that pavement, and then that directs your eye to where they were.
Yeah.
And so I saw a couple of rounds hit there, and that's when I thought, gosh dang, there's somebody above us,
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah.
So when the second volley ended, we went out this way. If you follow my mouse cursor, so we went out this way, and we were coming this way. And by this time, there was definitely some crowd moving. And the third volley started about approximately when we were right here, and we went to get down. And I told the girls, no, stay, like, keep moving, stay low. Because I remembered those rounds I saw hit the pavement. And I'm like, there's somebody above us. I'm not sure getting down is going to help us. And so we moved this way. And in this funnel to kind of get through this area right here and towards this gate, we got separated into two groups. So it was me. I was holding my wife's hand. She was holding her friend Mindy's hand. And then our other two girls, Casey and Kim, are best friends, and they stayed together, thankfully. So we ended up moving through this gate as a group of three, and that's when we ducked behind that police cruiser, and I heard the shots over here before we moved across the street into this parking lot here.
We keep losing Owen.
Yeah, I think Owen's internet went out, and I think we actually lost Joe now too. Oh, there's Owen.
Sorry, guys, I have like the worst internet.
I got Owen back. Hang on, Joe might be down here too.
Hello.
Oh, we got Joe back now too.
They must both have bad Wi-Fi.
I'm back.
I got terrible internet.
I'm back.
Joe, where did you lose me?
Am I back in? Your party had just split up and you were heading out.
Right. So we split up into two groups here, not by choice, but because the crowd. And so the three of us, my wife and her best friend Mindy and I, that's where we moved out of this gate right here. And we hid behind that police cruiser before I heard the shots in this general area. And then we moved across into this parking lot in between cars.
Okay. I got to keep refreshing because I get a lot of lag. Okay. All right. So, and that would have been like around volley 2 to volley 3 is when all that was happening.
Yeah. So volley 2 was right here. Volley 3 started approximately when we were right here. And we kept moving. So I think volley 3 ended about the time we exited or right about the time we ducked behind that cruiser.
Right. So now I showing the CCTV footage as best I can. I don't know if anybody can see that at all. But
I can see it on your little tiny avatar. Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd have to share screen. I can stop sharing, and Kathy can allow you to share if you want.
Can I? I don't know if I can share screen. I don't know how.
So
to do
you
that.
click on the tab from the StreamYard link that you're in, and you go to the bottom and you select share screen, and you click that. And then from there, you click the blue button, share screen, and then you have to click the drop down and select what you want to share.
All right. Well, I don't know.
That's okay. I can sort of see this video. I'll drag it over so that the people can kind of see what we're talking about.
That'd be cool. Yeah, I mean, you can narrate. Now, have you ever, or did you already tell me you've never seen yourself on the CCTV?
It's too hard to tell. It's just not good enough video to be able to tell. Like, there's a group of 3 people right here. I mean, that could be me, but I don't think it is. You know what I mean? It's just too hard to tell.
Yeah. I was just wondering, like, and I mean, I guess what I'm really looking for, and I mean, I'm not trying to be morbid here at all or anything. I'm looking for dead bodies on this thing, because watching everybody escape out of here on the CCTV footage is one of the main things that I hang my hat on as far as this thing being a bunch of bullshit. Now, talking to you guys, I mean, you guys sound like you're honest, and I'm pretty much believing you guys, and I'm starting to kind of lean back towards a theory I had in the past, which was hijacked drill. Or like what Owen say, a combination of I forget how he termed it, but a combination
Mixed
of real and
reality.
bullshit. Mixed reality, right?
So, Joe, this
here,
video that you're watching, Is there a link
Yeah.
to it?
I think
It's on my channel.
Dropbox.
It's CCTV footage they released.
It's
Yeah, I think we got it
CCTV
as Dropbox.
footage.
I'm just wondering if
And,
somebody can post the link in this chat for StreamYard. I can pull it up.
Yeah, let me see what I can do. And let me stop it here. If I can, do I need a wrench or something, True Seeker?
No. I mean, in this, I mean, you can also post it in the YouTube chat too. It doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I was going to do because that's all I know how to do.
Hang on, Joe.
Or you can send it
You
directly
got
to
a wrench,
Kathy.
Joe, so if you stick it in the chat, Rick can grab it out of the chat and screen share it large.
All right, here it comes. It's I made a couple of videos about the CCTV footage.
Okay.
That ought to be it right there. Because I watched everybody get out of the place alive, and I didn't see any dead bodies. Much less like 400 wounded. And I know people, they got the map of where the victims were found and stuff, but I would still think that, in all that, footage, I should see some people dying and dead on the ground. So I was just wondering, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to be morbid, but if you guys could point one out to me or something, to help me.
I'd like to compare this to one thing. So for example, I don't know if any of you have ever been hunting, but you can shoot a deer, and that deer can run for miles before succumbing and dying. And a human is not much different. You could get shot and you could carry a gunshot wound for a 500, 600 yard run out of just adrenaline, and then stop to bleed out.
Okay, so that's a good point, Owen. As I'm going through this video, I just want to point something out. So here at 21 seconds, this is when I first noticed people in this general area. This is like the tall ace of spades general area over here. This is when I first noticed people trying to leave. Watch them. They're trying to get out of there. Now watch this area of the crowd, which is generally where I was and where most of the chaos was. Watch how long it takes these people to actually start reacting.
Oh, and the right side.
Finally, like the back side of the crowd, but watch all these people.
The left side didn't even react so long. Right side. The side that I was on didn't even run as fast as the right side did.
Well, I mean, this area of people is already filtering out, but this general clump of people are not moving.
Nope.
Well, they're probably stuck. You're surrounded in just a sea of people down there.
Well, but I mean, we were generally in this area where my cursor was, and we pushed through the crowd and got out of there. Right. But yeah, I mean, this is such small. Like, there's no way I could pinpoint anybody in this video, right? Like, there's no way to discern who anybody is.
Right. Well, it does zoom in and out, but it goes. I understand it's hard, but just maybe you can recognize something even though it's black and white and stuff.
I mean, look at these people. You can't even tell what color clothes they're wearing. Like, now they zoomed in, so it's a little bit different.
Yeah. Yeah, they zoom in pretty close, and I mean, there's a couple of people. I knew it was a long shot. I was just checking,
Yeah. So
you see a lot of weird behavior. I mean, I've watched this piece of footage, I don't know, 100,000 times, and zoomed up and slowed down and watched individuals in slow motion.
I want to go back and watch. Look at this guy. This guy looks like he's crawling in pain right here. It looks now he's already done crawling. Look at him. He's trying to crawl, or whoever this is. I'm going to go back a little bit. Hold on.
Oh, when I first saw this, I thought all those people on the ground were dead and dying and wounded, and that they wouldn't be getting back up. But
okay, here he goes.
All the way through,
he's trying to crawl. He's trying to crawl, and then it's like he can't. So let's keep an eye on this guy if we can.
Okay.
Right here.
Yeah.
I played this game a bunch with this video. You see a lot of weird stuff.
You see a lot of weird stuff.
Okay, so he's crawling again into this clump of people.
I saw a guy right behind me just standing there the whole time drinking his beer like nothing is going on around him.
Oh, there were some people I think that were just so drunk that. Okay, did he
I
get up?
imagine-
It looks like he might have
He got
gotten
up.
up.
He got
Yeah.
up to the right, going. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Now
never
we're
mind
zoomed
that.
out, so you can't continue to follow him. So that doesn't really help too much.
Yeah, it does get difficult to follow anybody for the whole way out because they just get lost in a sea of people. But
Yeah.
when it does go black and white and the crowd does start to thin out a little bit,
And there's one
yeah,
guy
I'm not-
directed traffic. There's one
Yeah,
guy.
I saw
Yeah.
that guy that was telling. Now this person is on the ground with what looks like another person right here, right?
That guy that was
Yeah.
directing traffic's right above you.
there it is.
Like that
Steal
person.
home, steal home.
This
I got
person
someone to
appears
steal
to
home.
be trying to help somebody who's injured or dead. And look, more people stop.
Now, I thought those people originally, I thought they were, bleeding to death. That's what I thought. I thought they were dead or mortally wounded. But
Now
they
this
get out,
guy
they just
could have been
went out.
shot or they could have been trampled. We don't really know, right?
Right.
So
We don't know. He could have
Yeah.
twisted his ankle or had a heart attack. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know. He could have been shot. But I don't think he was shot from Mandalay Bay. But he could have been shot by some ninjas in the center aisle or something. I mean,
I'm
you
not.
guys
I'm
know
not a.
the ninjas, right?
I'm sure people in my mind. I'm sure people were shot. I'm not sure anybody was shot from Mandalay Bay. So on that we agree.
Yeah. Okay, good. I think we got a lot of common ground here, a lot more than people would probably think. Before I came on here, but I listened to Owen the other day, and he's, sounded like he's choosing his words carefully. But who wouldn't be in his position? You know what I'm saying?
Owen and I have vastly different experience too, because I mean, even though we were both there, we both reacted differently. We were in different areas. If I would have stayed and tried to help people in the area I was in, there's a pretty strong possibility I would end up shot, possibly dead. You know what I mean? So I'm glad that I reacted the way that I did. But
Let me
like
ask you this. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
You saw people getting shot, and people got shot. Do you think 58 people got shot and killed, or are like 400 people wounded? Or do you think those numbers are vastly overestimated and perhaps a couple of people got shot just to add a little realism
I think that
to the...
if you think about this also kind of the way they do these numbers with coronavirus, saying that 400 and something people got shot, I mean, that's a high ratio. But saying that 400 and something people got injured.
Hold on, Owen. I'm going to stop you real quick. I want you guys to see what just happened right here. Watch this. This guy takes his shirt off, hands it to this guy.
Okay. What are we watching?
And it looks like they're getting ready to try to wrap something. Let's see what happens. They roll this body.
Stop the blood.
Yeah, that's what it looks like they're trying to do.
Yeah. This guy walks out of there, though.
I'm sure, yeah, I don't recall seeing this video or analyzing it to this extent. So they're dragging his leg. Look, his leg's not even moving. They're dragging this guy out of there. He's not walking. This guy picks up his leg. So this guy, to me, appears to be obviously injured at the very best.
They took him over to that medical tent.
Probably. What about these guys? This guy's stuck on the ground.
There's another one, I think, coming up here. That'll be right in about the area they're at now.
Mm-hmm.
A lady goes down hard. She's running along. Everybody's running along, and she drops hard.
In this video, you can also see a ricochet hit the tower to the left.
Yeah, I heard that too.
So here's another. I actually forgot when somebody asked me this question. So when I was at this concert on Saturday night, I ran into. I'm a professor. I ran into my division vice president's daughter at this concert, and one of the girls she was there with, we met that night, is allegedly dead. According to her and the stories, etc. So that's another person that I sort of know that supposedly died from this situation.
Here comes the girl. Here comes the girl coming up right now. She's about to go down. She's running on a white skirt. Boom. She just goes down.
Where was it?
Right about where they a minute ago they were dragging that guy out. In the upper right in front of that barn. She's laying on the ground right now. Go back about 10 seconds or something. You'll see her drop. She just goes down and stays down until somebody comes out and drags her out.
There's also somebody laying right here, and everybody's running by her or him.
Yeah, that's the lady I'm talking about that just went down. Yeah. And I zoomed up on that and did it slow motion.
This person,
she just went down a second ago.
Yeah. This person over here, they're still trying to get this person out, and he's like barely crawling, or he's hurt or something.
Yeah.
And then they're attending to the person who went down over here. So but these people
you're
are
down over here now.
Yeah,
I see that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I got to keep hitting live or something to keep up.
They're dragging that lady you said went down. They're literally dragging her face first by her arms into this tent over here, or whatever this is.
They drag her out of there. She's down for the count. But I did see her move a little bit after she went down. Like, she did try to get back up. I'm just throwing that out there.
Right.
There's like some hope. It's sad to watch her get drug out. No matter what happened to her, it's sad. I feel bad for her.
This guy's still down over here, and now he's finally crawling to try to get out.
So
I think this is obviously not a comprehensive video, but to me it looks like over here there's people. I don't know what they're doing, but it definitely looks like people get hurt. Obviously we can't definitively say if people were shot or what happened.
I see a lot of tripping and getting back up. Like the more I watched it, like when I first watched it, I thought I watched a massacre. All these people going down. But then I kept watching it, and they all get back. And in a few minutes, I think actually it's only a 10-minute video, but the full video is like 6 hours long. But after 30 minutes of this or less, you see that the entire place is a ghost town. There is nobody tending to anybody inside, and it's completely empty of all people. And they turn the lights off.
This guy is crawling.
When they turned the lights off, it was obviously in the middle of my video, and there was not a soul in there. No police, no medical assistance, no help. I was literally screaming for EMTs if there's anybody around that knows first aid. I was yelling for people, and
now doesn't that strike you as weird? Because it seems to me that for every person laying on the ground hit or wounded, I mean, even though people are assholes, there's still some Owens out there who will stop and help, like their family and loved ones. I mean, if your wife or brother or something, kid gets shot, it doesn't matter what's going on. You're not going to leave them and run out of the place, right?
But I know people who left each other or got separated or what have you.
I know
getting separated, but you probably wouldn't leave your wife laying on the ground bleeding in pain and say, "Sorry, honey, I got to get out of here."
Right. I've heard stories of people.
Groups of people. I would think that I'd be seeing groups of people even after, or especially after the shooting stopped. But I don't see any of that.
But this video also, it's not really zoomed in on the best area because we're pretty far away from the stage here. So if we go back to the map, right?
Mm-hmm.
This video is back here.
Yeah, we're looking at the back of the.
This video is back here. According to the map,
I would like it to be a little closer to the front of the stage.
Well,
but it is an area that is like the main lane of traffic out of the place. So, like Owen said, you get hit in the leg or something, you might, limp 50 yards, and it just seems like I'm seeing a serious lack of personnel inside that venue, and it stopped. But if it goes on, you see that it looks like, I don't know, like fucking Tuesday night, and there hasn't been a concert there in weeks.
I agree with you. And it looked very similar on the outside. When I exited the venue, I fully expected to see like SWAT everywhere, police everywhere, waiting to go in the venue and clear the venue, or ambulances everywhere, or EMTs everywhere. I didn't see that. I didn't see anybody. It's like they were allergic to this event. They didn't want to get down there. They lined up ambulances way down the street. Like, a lot of things that they did didn't make any sense at all.
Right. So reanalyzing, this video is approximately this area right here. This little thing right here, that's where they drug that lady who went down through by her arms.
Yeah,
that's where they drug her through right here. So all of the people that died on the grounds inside are not pictured in this video, according to this report, right? So this report says all the people that were inside when their bodies stopped moving completely, they didn't move anymore, they were right here. This video is over here. We do have 4 people that made it out of the gate and then didn't make it any further.
Those people were not. Those people were brought over there because I know 2 of them we found out.
Right.
One of them. Video,
so they made it out of the gate one way or the other, right? So they either ran out there or limped out there, or they were drugged, like that lady was drugged through right here, right? They made it out somewhere over here, and that's where they got laid down, and they stayed there.
Yep, and right? That's the medical tent right there above at the gate where you went out. That's where a lot of the people that were trying to triage were at that medical tent. And they just moved them outside on the curb right there. If they
right.
Can I drop another link? You guys mind taking a look at another one for me? I appreciate it. I like getting your perspective. I get tired of my own perspective.
Joe's gonna get converted here.
What?
I said Joe's getting converted here.
Well, I've always been open to the possibility that. And I've said, I'm open that there may have been a death or 2. These guys kind of opened me up to the possibility that there might have been 3 or 4, and maybe there was somebody inside the place shooting people, like they were saying, walking down the middle line. I mean, I can see that. But my thing has always been this, that even if there was a massacre of 58 dead and 400 wounded, that's a big story, and that's what we should be talking about. If there was a false flag, a stage, a hoax, and this is a video of the first cops inside the venue. And what we see is the place is a ghost town and cops standing around drinking water for 10 minutes.
Okay, I didn't talk about it tonight, but when I stopped behind that police car, I actually saw a team of 3, I believe it was 3 police officers enter the venue with just their sidearms, no rifles. So I don't know if their body cams were off, if they never got released, but there's no way that these guys were the first 3 or the first officers in there, because I saw officers enter before this point.
Okay.
Joe, there's nothing in here that's going to get my video removed, is there?
No, I think somebody took this cherry Slurpee on the ground, but that's it. Other than that, no, that's just pretty sick.
Okay, I mean, if I see anything, Kathy, I'll move it real quick.
All right, because a lot of times if there's something too bad, they just remove your video.
The whole point of this video is that there is nothing to see. I mean, all I see is litter on the ground.
Okay, but they're blurring something out here, right? Like there's supposedly blood or something there.
This is the area I was.
Do you need medical? Obviously, I have it muted so that we can talk.
Yeah, I just one guy said, "Anybody need medical?" and somebody said no, and then the cop says, "Anybody need cops?" and somebody in the background says no, and it's like nobody here needs medical or cops. I mean, that seems weird.
They're blurring so much out though, like you can't even see this whole video.
That sounds exactly like that security guard that was talking to me. I mean, I told him, when I turned around to speak to him, he told me that everybody around me is dead. I was like, you're playing on your cell phone. How do you know anything about what any is going on? He's not even, he's just standing there lackadaisical like it's any other day at work. And
what do you attribute that behavior to? That's very strange behavior.
It is. It's almost as if, like, either one, this man's been around a lot of violence in his life and it's no big deal, or 2, he knew that this event was going to happen.
Yeah,
he was more worried about who I was and what my name was than he was about the people around him that are dying.
Now, my theory on that, Owen, is that he works for a company that does this for a living. This is what they do around the country, around the globe. Actually, they stage these events, and then they have people left behind to direct the action and maintain order and try to keep the public out as best they can. And that's
Joe,
my
can I
theory.
ask you
Have
something? These
Go
captions
ahead.
that you have, are these actual verbal words that these guys are saying, or
That's
is this like
verbatim.
commentary?
That's verbatim. In the white is verbatim. In the yellow is my commentary.
Okay.
Okay. So that's why I use different font. Anything you see in yellow block bold letters is me commenting.
That's you. Okay.
Anything else is different. Is verbatim transcribed. Yeah. So and then you hear this cop talking on the phone saying, "Yeah, everybody knew this thing was going to be a clusterfuck." Yeah. They say MacTac training. MacTac training is bullshit. We knew it was going to be bullshit. I mean, that's So I'm watching this and hearing this, and I'm like, okay, this thing was bullshit, man. It was bullshit. Now, how much of it was bullshit? 100%, 90%. A couple people got killed. And my point has always been this: if there were a couple of accidental deaths, even if there was a couple of murders by these psychos who do this sort of shit just to add a touch of realism to their little show here, that's terrible and that's horrible. That's a crime and people should pay. And I feel super bad for the loved ones and shit, and no disrespect to nobody. But the big story is that it's a fucking show. It's bullshit. It didn't happen. And they're putting it on TV and telling us the worst mass shooting in U.S. history. And that is not what it is. And that, to me, is the big story. And I hope we find the culprits, and I hope if anybody was killed, that their killers are brought to justice. But as far as the country and the future, the big story is that this thing was bullshit.
Well, I've always found it real unusual that we've seen a lot of body cams and we've seen a lot of people talk about how the cops were needing waters and people are bringing them waters and we need more waters. Like
The Fiji
I
crew.
just don't understand how dehydrated you get by doing your job. I mean, these cops need all this water all day long. But then all of a sudden, everybody is parched. Everybody is thirsty.
Well, I can say that, for us, I mean, but we ran a long way, right? But the girls were throwing up. We were super dehydrated by the time we got to, I talked about it earlier, the liquor store when we crossed Tropicana.
I bet you didn't stop in the middle of that third volley, though, and look for some water, though.
No, I definitely didn't do that. Yeah, that's for sure. And
that's kind of what all these cops are doing. They're in the middle of a thing, and they got to stop the water because they're not stressed out.
So,
and I got a theory on the water.
We're clearing somewhere that's too dangerous for ambulances and EMTs to get into, but we have time to stop and fill up a water out of
Right. We didn't stop until we were well away from the venue, and at least we felt relatively safe enough to seek something like that out. So it is completely different. I will say this too, Joe. What we can agree on based on what you just said is a lot of this story is bullshit. And a lot of what we've been told is bullshit, and it's being used to accomplish somebody's agenda.
Right.
And so, I completely agree. I don't think a couple of people got killed. I think probably if I had to put a number on it, I would say probably, I would say 40, maybe at least, just because, and maybe 50, I don't know for sure, but, I happen to be, 1 or 2 degrees connected to 2 people who, people I know say are no longer here. And I have no reason to disbelieve them about that. You know what I mean? So, but I also have seen a lot of evidence about some of the victims, 1 or 2, maybe 3 that I can recall right now off the top of my head that I'm like, wait a second, how is this person involved in this and involved in that and involved in this? So, to me, that looks like an actor,
Sure.
So I definitely think there's some stuff like that going on. But how much, I'm not sure.
Right. I've said this before. I know somebody who knows somebody who died. So if she tells me that her kid's Pop Warner football coach was killed at the concert, and I believe her. She believes it, so I believe her. But I think, I mean, maybe he got killed at the concert, but I've always thought that he got killed somewhere else. And, the coroner called the feds and say, hey, I got one for you. You've been wanting a gunshot victim, and called the FBI on Saturday night and said, I got one. And so they kept it under wraps until Sunday. And then told the families, that, hey, sorry, your loved one got killed at the concert.
There was a guy that committed suicide that day, and he got listed as one of the victims of this shooting, and they made a cross for him. And then his family came forward and said, no, he wasn't at the concert. So they removed it. So that all kind of goes along with what you guys were just talking about.
I had never heard about that, Kathy.
God, if Miss Dawn was here, she'd remember his name. I don't remember his name.
After about the third time of hearing stories like that is when I thought, you know what? I think that's kind of what at least some of these are. I mean, I've heard three different people. Miss Dawn, I think, might have been the first one I heard. And then somebody else, and then somebody else. And I was like, oh, well, that sounds like... Well,
Miss Dawn, when she said it, I went and looked it up. And it's like, it was accurate. It's like it listed him on the list of people at first, and then all of a sudden they took him away. Right? Yeah, the cross guy died. I covered that in my last live at the beginning.
Yeah, that's awful.
Maybe that's where I heard.
That was sad. He's been doing that for years.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I hate to run, but I got a dog here begging me to go for a walk.
And I just let my dog inside.
Yeah, I gotta get to bed. I gotta get up and work in the morning.
Thank you, Owen. I think we should end now anyways. We've been going on for a long time, unless Rick and Joe want to keep going.
I just got it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm good.
Matt left to go outside. His house was too hot.
My house is getting hot again, so I got to turn on my whole house fan.
But we've been going 4 hours.
Holy crap.
You've been here 4 hours. You go now.
4 hours and 10 minutes.
You've been here 4 hours.
All right, guys. Well, I got.
All right, I'll let you go. I appreciate you guys talking to me.
Hey, Joe, no problem.
Something to think about. And I'm going to go live again, and you guys are welcome anytime. You guys got free passes to come on anytime.
Like I said, Joe, you know how to get a hold of Kathy, and she can get you in touch with me. So I'm totally willing to, let's schedule something. I'll come on. I'm totally willing to share whatever I can with your audience and hash this stuff out as much as you want.
Yeah, absolutely. Ron, I appreciate it. And
keep me in the loop. I'll join. I'll get my internet fixed by then.
Well, sounds great. I'll order some pizza and pick up some beer, and we'll make a whole thing of it.
I want Jaeger bombs.
Jaeger bombs. You got it. You got it.
All right, we're going to say goodnight, everybody. Thanks for coming. The chat was pretty active. Awakened Angel got a little heavy with the sword, but I think she could only take so much, and I don't blame her.
Sometimes it's necessary.
Yeah, but yeah, everybody did great.
Dean? Where'd Dean go in the chat? Dean, where'd he go in the chat?
Dean was in here a while ago, and then he left. I think he said something about it was getting off track. But I thought it was helpful with you asking Owen and Rick questions, because I think that solved a lot of things that you were thinking that maybe were different,
Hey, come up with some bullet points for next time. I'm down.
Yeah, I kind of ignored the chat since Joe got in here, so sorry, chat. But
right on.
All right, guys.
Okay, well, everyone have a nice night, and thanks Matt and Rick and Owen and Joe for coming on.
Thanks for having me, speaker.
We'll do this again soon, and yeah, Joe, we'll get together and get those guys on. I'll get you hooked up with them on Facebook, and then that's the only way I know how to get a hold of you is your messenger. And I can send you links to them, and you guys can hook up and decide what you want to do later.
Sweet.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
All right, good night, everybody.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, John Boy.